Oh, there we go. Another on schedule stream. Woke up, couldn't sleep, way too bored to watch TV. So let's do some Skyrim. Now, where were we? Thieves Guild, wasn't it? It was. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I've gotten rid of all of the junk I have as well, I think. Yeah, let's see, is there anything here to get rid of?
This is a local favorite and one of the first.
No, I doubt it. Right, Riften it is. There we go. Yeah, the Thieves Guild has always been a long, drawn-out questline. Much prefer the Oblivion one.
You're a stranger here too, huh?
Yeah. We'll start clearing up Riften after we do the Thieves Guild. There we go.
There you are. It would seem our adversary is attempting to take us apart indirectly by angering Maven Blackbriar. Very clever.
You admire them.
They're well funded, and they've been able to avoid identification for years. I'm impressed it reached this point. Just don't mistake my admiration for complacency. Our nemesis is going to pay dearly.
How can we make them pay?
Because even after all their posturing and planning, they've made a mistake. The parchment you recovered mentions a Godgel lie.
Now, while he's babbling on, I
I
will sort out something to drink here. Let me see. Oh yeah, that's a trip to Solitude, isn't it? Oh yeah, this is the... that trading shipping place. Yeah, we'll grab the map there. There's a couple of things, actually, to collect there.
Get out there, shake him down, see what
Yeah.
you come up with. Talk to Brynjolf before you leave if you have any questions.
There we go. Now I just grab something to drink and then we're off. Oh, we still have to do Grim Server from here as well. Okay. What's the optional? Yeah.
I can't believe Gollum Eye's made trouble. He's one of the most stubborn lizards I've ever met. You have your work cut out for you.
Yeah, we just have to follow him.
You're going to have to buy him off. It's the only way to get his attention. If that fails, follow him and see what he's up to. If I know Gollum Eye, he's in way over his head, and you'll be able to use it as leverage.
Betrayal or not, I'll let him
I'm glad to
live.
see you're embracing our methods. It would be a waste to lose a contact at the East Empire Company before we had the entire
That's the one, the East Empire Company.
Just keep on Gollumai's
Yep.
tail, and he's bound to step into something he can't scrape off his boot. Good luck in solitude.
Right,
Keep Gollumai alive.
let's go. Now let's make sure there's no thieves around and then we're off.
Codlec White Main is in a better place now. Or is there any place better than Solent Guard?
Okay, solitude, isn't it? Now we're going to solitude and we'll be walking down that path. I'm best to clear the mud crabs here. There's one in particular here, he keeps killing that orc sawmill boss. Yeah. We'll get him out of the way. I don't think we've bought that horse in Windhelm either. We'll have to get him later. Ah, time is perfect anyway.
Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
Now let's check and see if everything is okay. Yeah, everything is perfect. Right. Yeah, there might be another guy here, let me see. He spawns in there, yes. Right, now we're free to go. We don't need any more ore. No, we're pretty good. I'm nearly sure we got the horse in this stable. I think the only one we were missing was Windham. The next time out there, I'll grab that one. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Now let's go right into Solitude. A little conversation with him and then we just follow him. Where's my invisibility? There we go. I used to go with a dagger.
Welcome. Let me know if you want anything. Think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
Get away from me. So, what do we have here? Let me guess. By your scent, I'd say you were from the guild. But that can't be true, because I told Mercer I wouldn't deal with them anymore.
I'm here about Golden Glow Estate.
I don't deal in land or property. Now, if you're looking for goods, you've come to the right person.
Now I am using my controller charger. Sometimes it causes a bit of audio stuttering. So if you hear any of that, yeah, just be sure to tell me and I can kind of reset this console. Should fix it. You can drop the act now.
Oh, wait. Did you say Golden Glow Estate? My apologies. I'm sorry to say I know very little about that bee farm, was it?
Mm-hmm. You acted as broker for its new owner.
Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I can't be expected to remember every deal I handle. All right. Had I known this deal would bring me this much trouble, I never would have accepted the gold. I was approached by a woman who wanted me to act as the broker for something big. She flashed a bag of gold in my face and said all I had to do was pay Arangoth for the estate. I brought in the coin and walked away with her copy of the deed.
That was an easy persuade, wasn't it? Did you say why she was doing it?
I tend not to ask too many questions when I'm on the job. I'm sure you understand. However, I did notice she was quite angry, and it was being directed at Mercer Frey.
That's it. No name or anything.
In this business, we rarely deal in names. Our identity comes from how much coin we carry.
I think you're lying to me.
That's all I know. I never promised you I'd have all the answers. Now, since our transaction is done, I'll be on my way.
It's a shadow. Now will be something similar to this through the entire warehouse. There's a few things to collect on the way, obviously. We can grab the map, and I think there's at least one skill book. Now, watch the magic. Probably not the worst quest line, but still, it's very long, very kind of dragged out. Oh, hi, Papa. And how have you been? Yeah, I decided to do an on-schedule stream, been a walk about half an hour. Couldn't get back to sleep, was just too bored. So I'll get a few hours in. So what have you been up to? Oh, strange, tired but not sleepy. Yeah, a few hours of this should be enough to nod me off again. And how's my audio, Papa? I'm using an Xbox controller. And it's one of those bug elites. And I'm using a charger, and sometimes it tends to affect the audio a bit, stuttering and such. Not all the time, but sometimes. That's why I could do the original visibility spell. This one I picked up from a dungeon from the anniversary edition is not much good. It's only got half the time limit on the other one. And it's annoying. One moment. We just let this guy get a head start and I'll quickly check this volume from my monitor. Just a moment. it's a gunner. It's a gunner. One moment. Now, 1, 2, 3 testing. Okay, I think that might be okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying about this charger. Ridiculous. Now I'm getting a little bit of feedback, obviously, from here. Yeah, yeah. I was saying when it was like that, I didn't realize. But there's the Elite controller. There's an echo, is there? Ah. Let me try it one more time. There we go. That's one of the main reasons why I'm absolutely sick of Microsoft and the rubbish that they produce. It's okay if you're just gaming with a headset, but when it comes to streaming, there's really not a worse platform you could use when it comes to their hardware. You know, the controllers are brutal. The older ones weren't too bad. The new ones, there's no need for it really. It was gone. Nice. Yeah, it takes a while to reset. There's some kind of audio connection difficulty with the new Elite 2 controllers. And it's not just me. There's just massive treads on the whole thing. Not to mention that, the controller itself is absolute rubbish. To call it dollar store would be an insult to stuff from the dollar store. Like going through 3 of them in 6 months is unbelievable, Then they're wondering why they're losing ground to Sony. I suppose their controllers are not much better, but still, they couldn't be as bad as this. So, how have you been, Papa? Yeah, I couldn't sleep. This is an unscheduled stream, so I thought I'd get a few hours in. Might get tired enough to get some sleep. And I've always thought the quest lines, the quests were too long. Maybe a few shorter quests in these quest lines to kind of break it up, I've never understood that. About how they do their quests. It does make the whole thing kind of drag on a bit. Especially if you've played it more than once, Nice. That's good there. Just discovering. Oh, on this, yeah. They're pretty decent first playthrough, and they're still okay. Don't get me wrong. But I've always disliked very large dungeons and very long quests, But then I suppose they're trying to get the time in. Now, instead of 6 very long quests, cut them down a bit, maybe add 9, a little shorter. Oh, that would probably mean too much work for these guys. I still haven't got that silly book. Okay, we'll get there. You see, without the perks in this is a pain. The sweet spot. It's not as easy to find. And sometimes it doesn't matter, you could hit the sweet spot several times and it still won't open. Much prefer the Oblivion lockpicking. There we go. And now I'll have to keep spamming invisibility here because it only lasts 15 seconds. Another thing about these, well, especially invisibility, there should be a meter, a kind of rundown meter, you know, when you're getting to the end of it. I don't know how many times I forgot to use that and kind of run out and get caught. Small improvements like that would have been nice in the game. So you're doing a playthrough as well on Skyrim, yeah? Oh, like invisibility. The spell I have lasts about 15 seconds, but you don't know exactly when it runs out. But you want to stay invisible all the time, so you've got to keep spamming it, you know? But if it had a meter, a kind of rundown meter, you know, so you'd know just about when it was going to run out, so you didn't have to keep, you know, spamming that spell. It's tedious. Especially with this one, because it's only 15 seconds. I haven't got my hands on the normal one, which is twice that length, so it's not as boring to use, you know. Nice. So how far are you in? I would recommend, let's say for your first time, to not go too hard into any of the main quests, you know, and, you know, start some of the side quests and the little side things. You know, read as many books as you can, kind of get into the lore a little bit. If you can, listen to the conversations, you know, chat with people, stuff like that. Everything will be new to you. Whiterun, nice. And then when you do, let's say, try and do a particular area, you know, getting all the quests out. And then, let's say, this kind of surrounding hold. Then looking forward to going to the next one and kind of doing it from there. Yeah, that's the way I always approach these games. Because if you explore and travel too much, you know, after a while you've almost seen it all. But it's not really like that in Skyrim because, you know, you've got some... I know they kind of look the same, the dungeons, but they can be pretty interesting. And of course the quests. Yeah. Do a small area and really get to know it, you know, and do whatever you can and try and finish whatever you can there, and then, yeah, move out a little bit. Exactly. Now, but once you get used to the spells and alchemy and enchanting, yeah, your second playthrough, if you ever decide to do one, will be much more enjoyable, even though you know the quests, you know. But there's nothing like your first playthrough, you know, obviously, because you don't know, you know, exactly what's going to happen. This one here in particular, it's very hard to do without invisibility. You know, you don't want everyone here to start attacking you. As far as I know, you've got a huge bounty here. This isn't one of the the quests where you can just, you know, kill everyone. Where's that book? Ah, there was a book around here somewhere. Where's that stupid book? That's weird. Probably I missed it. Let's see. Yeah, I'll save here just in case. Yeah. Where's that other book? Okay, maybe it's down further. It's been a while. Yeah, probably. Right, let's get after this guy. There's no big rush because I'll kind of wait for you at every section. Now, we're grabbing some artifacts up here, so we don't have to come back later. Huh. Sleepyhead. I've got all that junk. I could actually do with a heavy shield. Okay. That's funny. Could have sworn there was a skill book here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, we won't bother with those. I can get a set of those later. But those fur-lined boots, they're rare enough and in noble clothes, but we're good. I don't want too much junk. Okay, it might be down here, is it? Ah. Maybe it's here. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Yeah, let's have a good look. Okay, let's keep going. Now, we need to go here for a moment. Yeah. This is where we collect a map. Yeah, some kind of timer. Because it is annoying, absolutely. Oh, there's tons. There's too many spells. You know, once you start leveling up properly, you'll only be using about maybe 3 or 4 of them. But at least you can favorite them, so they're not much of a hassle. But it's about, oh my, oh, I would say 60 plus, yeah. Most of them are stupid, and you'll never use them. The ones you'll only use will be, obviously, healing. invisibility, and once she relies on harmony, is a pretty good spell as well. The fire and frost and stuff, yeah, that just becomes obsolete. Once your warrior skills gets, pretty decent. For another game, nice. Probably, yeah. I've never actually done that. Added stuff like that. Let me see. Now the map is here. Now you'll take that one for Devon, whatever his name is. Whatever. Let's take something. There we go. And of course we'll take the wolf pelt. Rightio. Let's follow that guy in. There's a few other things as well we're picking here, but that's about it really. There was a skill book somewhere back behind me, but we've picked it up many times in other locations. If you miss a skill book in a location, it doesn't really matter. It's probably in a half a dozen other locations in the game anyway. And then when you're maxed out, it doesn't really matter. I just collect them for filling up, the bookshelves. But the vast majority of them would respawn anyway. Tons of junk. Now we can start killing once we get in here. We're pretty good. It's just those guys there. They carry a hefty bounty. Now we're clear. Yeah? A spell book in early game and spent a lot of time. Oh, the spell books they're even easier because, they're in tons of different locations and they're for sale almost everywhere. Yeah. Oh, a skill book doesn't really matter that much. No. Some of the rarer ones would be, let's say, a locked room. I can think of 3 locations, but you'll find them eventually. Jorbert's Last Dance, again about three spots. There's about 5 or 6 spell books that would only have about 3 locations. I think one or two would about 2 locations, maybe 3, and the rest of them you're talking about maybe half a dozen. And almost all of them, well, a good 60% would respawn. Yeah, if you're bringing a follower with you, get your follower to pick them up. Store them separately, let's say all different skill books. You're better off using skill books when you get high in a level, because each level you go up, it's a little bit harder to do. So let's say if I was level 20, yeah, use your follower. You don't want to read them straight away. I do, because I don't really mind. Let's say you're level 20 and you pick up a skill book and you go to level 21. Well, maybe if you hit a guy 20 times with a sword, at level 20 you would have getting that 1 level. But at level 90, you might have to have hit him 90 times. So you see what I mean? So if you're level 90 and you have 9 skill books, use them then, So then you'll get at 9 levels. Now, remember, every time you level up, Papa, every single time you level up, and this is what people don't seem to understand about the game. If you want to, you can use a trainer. You get 5 levels. You'll need the cash, obviously, but it's nice to spend it on something. So you're level 5, yeah. Yeah. Now remember, you can level up in any of the skills, and then you can level up again. Let's say I want to max out one-handed pretty quickly. So let's say I'm level 20, so I decide to level up with some novice guy. Now there's different trainers, you know, you're better off finding the master straight away and just keep going to him. Yes, taking the money off him, we've all done that. So let's say you level up and you can do 5 levels. And then you level up again, go back again until he can't train you anymore, and then you get the next best trainer and you can stick on one thing. A lot of people think that, you know, you've got to, let's say you can only level up, let's say from 0 to 25, then from 25 to 50, and then from 50, you know, like novice, expert, you can only level up 1 per section, but it doesn't work that way. You can level up as many times as you want in that particular skill, as long as you went up 1 level. So, you know, you could do a lot. You could do 70% of your leveling, you know, if you had enough money, which you would have with, you know, maxing out alchemy. But it gets really expensive. Now, it gets to the stage where the money can't be stolen, so you could always make a paralyzed potion and do a reverse pickpocket, and then you'll, let's say, be able to steal money that way. You know, I wouldn't consider that an exploit, because you can do the same thing, let's say, with some decent skills with a bow. But 99% of the time I wouldn't use any trainers. But on this one I did because of the anniversary edition and the amount of time it took to get around the bugs. Horrible. Now let me light this up. I've been smoking too much, but then again, my back has been killing me, so it's a little bit of a comfort thing, I think. Okay, that stupid liner. There we go.
Someone thought I heard something.
Oh, you little... This is why I... Oh... Okay. I hate it when that happens. Okay. Enough of the sneaking. Yeah, enough of the sneaking. Now you see that? Even though I've pretty much maxed this character, these guys on Legendary can do a bit of damage. And the only way I'm going to improve this character now is to get that book I need. Grand Healing will be your most powerful spell. But you'll need to be 100 to really power it properly, and you need, you know, the perks as well. So you'll get the most healing from Grand Healing. But the benefit is, if you're with some allies or followers or whatever, it also heals those guys, you know, if they're pretty close to you. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's what I don't use it that much. Yeah, yeah. Depends on how long the playthrough is, you know. But it's still not that hard to do it. You know, it's not that hard. I can max out a character pretty quickly. You know? No, I don't like playing with followers in this. They can get lost pretty easily and never found again in the game, in dungeons, and you're always babysitting them. That, what put me off of followers, let's say, in BGS games, would definitely have been Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, those guys, let's say, were not essential. And they would die, pretty quickly. And it's such a big loss to lose a character like that from a game. They get in your way too much. And that's the hallmark of BGS, isn't it? Yeah. There should be some kind of protocol where they had to be, a certain distance away. But you almost need a restraining order in a game to keep those guys back. Yeah. They just get in the way anyway. They're okay for, let's say, carrying stuff. You basically have unlimited carry space for those guys, because even when they're full up, if you drop stuff on the ground and order them to pick it up, they'll carry as much as you want them to. Ridiculous amounts. Again, that's something I've probably almost never used. And I still wouldn't really consider that an exploit, if they're silly enough to do that in the game. Now, exploits I would consider would be obviously the glitches for leveling up quickly. The restoration potion glitch. There's one you can use with the mage light as well for alteration. On that mountain, let's say, with a high... where those monk guys are. The greybeards. The duplication glitch, it depends on what you use it for. Sometimes I will use it for duplicating stuff for decorations. That's okay, Or even if you wanted to duplicate a flashy sword for your followers. Yeah, I don't want to give away too much, but it's a location where there's some monk guys and they're pretty main characters in the main story, That would train the Dragonborn in certain things. But I won't say too much, I don't want to spoil it for you. Yeah. It's actually pretty close to Whiterun. You've probably seen the mountain. When you can't get to the top, don't worry about it. It's kind of sealed off, behind the story. You've got to progress on the story before you, make it up all the way. Yeah. And there's a few quests as well. Oh, you made it already, you learned to shout. They'll give you quite some other ones as well. There's a few decisions that, let's say, have consequences, but not much. But they're the kind of stupid decisions that I can't mention without ruining the game, No shortcuts, no. No, cannot be done. It's sealed off to a certain time. Let's say a certain kind of, once you get to a certain stage in the main story in the Civil War. Yeah. And you'll see why. They've got lots of stuff in this game that you don't actually use, which I think is an absolute waste of assets. Like that hammer, for instance. Oh, you can pick it up and sell it, but it's absolutely not worth it, Oh, this guy's still here. Are you kidding me? Fair enough. I need to get this guy out of the way. Hate leaving anyone behind. There. There we go. Oh. Don't mind if I do. Not worth our while doing the other water chests here, they're useless. Sword, there we go. Dungeons are a major problem because of the lighting. Extremely hard on the eyes. This is a little shortcut you could take to avoid some guards, but I don't need it. I just come in here and kill that spider. That's stupid, isn't it? Now I can't get through because I've killed that idiot there. That's enough. See, there's another one in there, but now I can't get through because of that stupid spider I killed at the web. I really need to fix this. Here we can go in from the other side. Really stupid, isn't it? There. I just want to kill every living thing here and then we can move out. That was stopping me there from getting through. Weird, isn't it? Pretty much the same if you're fighting someone close to a dead body. You'll be surprised. I'm almost sure I've found everything. I don't think there's an inch of this game I haven't been over. But then again, you know, I've got some crazy time on this game. Nice, yeah. It kind of kills it when you can buy it, doesn't it? Yeah, it kills it when you can buy it. I think they would have been better off if you couldn't buy it, but then, as you know what BGS are like, they don't want it to be too grindy. The irony of that is, it is an extremely grindy game, but I think it would have been more interesting if they didn't sell ore and ingots, you know. There were 5 more. Yeah, that's why, you know, you should always have a good spell on those dungeons. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. They're everywhere. Well, they're rare-ish in shops, but if you discover all the military camps in Skyrim, you know, there's tons of them. Let me show you. They're scattered everywhere. There's 1, and there's 2, 3, 4. There's about a dozen military camps. They've got tons of junk. Maybe not the ore. Maybe sometimes, but mostly the ingots. The blacksmiths in all the towns and villages, they've got tons of it. Absolutely tons. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the map here. But I'm still missing about maybe a dozen places, and I'll take them out later. But it was a very well done game for its day. Sure. The starting area is down here in Helgen. Where is it down here? Where's my run? That's your starting area there. There's Helgen there. You see there's a few things around there. Now, what I would, especially in your first playthrough, what I would suggest you do, is that if you see anything that was undiscovered, you know, that kind of grayed out thing, even if you're on a quest, go discover it. Every time you see something that, you know, you don't have to bother going in. You know, just do a save and go discover that place. Because, let's say you noticed that when you were here, but then you ignored it and you start coming along, and then eventually, you know, you'll forget about that spot and you might never go back to this place again and miss this. So whenever you see something, yeah, that's the way to do it. Especially on your first playthrough, you know. and to get a feel of the map, especially in new games. You know, well, this one is not really clouded up, but in games that are clouded, I would go around the edges the entire game. You know, kind of scoping it out. Doesn't really work in a game like this, but kind of setting the boundaries. It's something you do in a game like Valheim, obviously. Tell me, have you ever played, it is, isn't it? Yeah. But you can kind of zoom in, so, you know. Oh, you should be able to zoom in. But there you go. That's not much of a zoom in. But there's a lot of locations. I think I'm missing at least a dozen, I think. Well, some places, you know, if you overhear a conversation, they'll show up. Oblivion. It was the Elder Scrolls game before this one. It's pretty old school. I think 2004 or something. Now, the graphics were great for its day, but compared to Skyrim, it's pretty lacking. But the stories, oh, they were amazing. It's worth it for the stories. Baldur's Gate 2. Oh, nice. But due to Thieves Guild and that, you know, there was no companions there. There was something similar called a Fighters Guild. All of the quest lines had great, well, brilliant stories compared to this. Similar, nice. Oh, hi, Fat Cat. And how are you? Then a big break, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of those old school games where you're kind of looking down on a character. Yeah. Personally myself, I kind of prefer these kind of graphics, you know, having started off RPGs on the likes of let's say Dragon Age Origins, you know, Fallout New Vegas and Oblivion. I've got a taste for these kind of graphics, you know. But I did play those kind of games, let's say we'd have that kind of top view, like the strategy ones, like Civilization in the beginning and Age of Empires, you know, that kind of thing. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Now, let's get killing.
Over here! What was that? I cannot rescue!
Where did that other guy go? There you go. No good healing now. Oh, sugar, I hate it when I've got to kill a doggo. What can you do? Oh, to avoid the traps, obviously. Another little shortcut. Now, let's go. Oh, hang on. Okay, we're going the wrong way. See, that's the problem with this. You get turned around pretty quickly. Now. Okay, now let's go. Yeah, you can kind of sneak along that way. Let me see. I think we're almost to where we're going. We'll start killing the last of these guys. Nice, nice. Ooh. There we go. Now to return, we'll kill everyone. Ah, there's a few collectibles here. Oh, I was actually looking for one of these. I actually need one of these. Well, I need 3 of those, actually. That was a nice find. You'll buy them from time to time, but we've banned buying from this game. So it actually means something when you do find these things. Now, we'll have a little chat. Oh, hang on. Is your buddy? Yeah, you better. And now we'll talk to that guy and let me see. What have we got here? A ton of stuff to open. No, I'm just really overpowered at this stage. I've maxed out my character. I've even used the Black Book and enchanting armor, you know, to max it out. Then, you know, the weapons I'm using are pretty top notch. Yeah. No, I just tank through everything in this game. Yeah. The way I look at it is I put so much work into the character I deserve a break and just tank into him. I always approach every game like that. Of course, there's some games you really can't do that. With the likes of Assassin's Creed, you'd be more stealth than that. And even some of the quests here. It depends. There's no real consequences in this game. In this section. Let's say to just tank through it. Those guys are pretty decent level. You know, it's just I'm a massive level by now. But it's the same with all BGS games. You know, if you concentrate on the character, maxing it out, it's very easy to run through. You know, Skyrim would be a perfect example. You know, if you were careful, let's say in the beginning, fixing up your character, out from a few small threats, it would be pretty easy to do a permadeath run on this. You know, if you knew what you were doing, fixing your character. The only threat you will have is making a stupid mistake, which can be done. You know, getting overconfident in a dungeon. And the Ebony Warrior, I think, would be the biggest problem. You know, with that guy, you'd want to be careful if you're doing a permadeath. I never use the shield. It's just the extra weight. And unlike Oblivion, when you're using a shield, you can't use spells. And by the time you switch over and you're messing about, if you're low health, you're gonna die. So what I do is I'll have a light spell usually, and then I can switch quickly to, you know, one of the healing spells. It was much better in Oblivion where you could hold a shield and a healing spell. You could do the healing and carry a shield. Yeah, I'd probably do it then. But there's no real benefit for me to carry a shield. The only benefit would be maybe extra block, which you don't need, and extra health, which I definitely don't need. And let's say a better rating on the armor, which I really don't need, because once your armor hits about 567, it doesn't protect you after that. It literally caps out. Even if your armor says 2000, you're not actually getting that. You know, you're only getting about that 567. Yeah. However, weapons are not the same. With weapons, what you see is what you get. There's no cap on weapons. Thank goodness. Oh yeah, yeah, in certain games where you would be underpowered enough. There's some decent ones in this as well, but because they've capped out the armor and because you can make such your character so strong, yeah, they're just redundant, you know. Oh, for goodness sake. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, they're absolutely redundant. I really need to put more perks in this, but I can't until I get that spell. I absolutely don't want to do this the hard way. Oh, for goodness sake, come on. I've hit that spot about 3 times, and it's still not going. Todd, you need to fix this. Really do. Oh, for me, it's almost 1 AM. Another 5 minutes, yeah. Yeah. Another 5 minutes. Oh, for God. There it is, about time. Silly. Look at that. All of that. I've just opened the master lock, guys. For 4 gold. This is kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Now that's the first time I've actually opened that chest. It's not like I've come here and I've raided it a few times. You know what I mean? So the way the random loot comes out, it's ridiculous. Yeah, it is. Let's say for the master chests, there should be a different pool to choose from. But there you go. Cost me about 200 in lockpicks.
Now there's no need to do anything rash. This isn't as bad as it seems.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell Mercer about everything, honestly.
About the same thing. Sometimes you'll just find 1 gold. It's ridiculous. Mercer doesn't have to know.
I see you wish to be reasonable. Perhaps I misjudged you. The name of the person you want is Carlia.
Ooh. You say that name like I should know it.
Mercer never told you about her?
No.
Carlia is the thief responsible for murdering the previous guildmaster, Gallus.
Oh yeah.
Now she's after Mercer.
Are you helping her?
Help? No, no.
Oh, cool.
Look, I didn't even know it was her until after she contacted me. Please, you have to believe me.
I believe you. Where is Kalaya now?
I don't know. When I asked her where she was going, she just muttered, "Where the end began." Here, take the Golden Glow estate deed as proof. And when you speak to Mercer, tell him I'm worth more to him alive.
There we go.
You needed to know more.
I'll keep quiet about your scam, but you owe me. Why did Kara purchase? Oh, come on.
I asked her the same thing, and she wouldn't come out and tell me. But now that I know who she
But on
is,
your first
I
playthrough,
see
you're
she's
better off
trying
going
to
through all of
use
this
you
to
where it
understand the
hurts.
story a bit more, you know? That's what it's there for, really. How would that hurt the guild?
Even Blackbriar needs Golden Glow's honey for her mead. She's been using the guild to keep the estate.
Oh, hi Skyrim Gaming Network. How are you?
If the owner cuts the guild out of the picture, he's cutting Maven out of the picture.
And what have you been up to?
She can't afford. If I was Maven, I'd blame the guild for weakening and not being able to handle the place.
Which makes Maven lose faith in us.
Exactly. For the guild to
Pretty much.
survive, they need
Oh,
Maven's
that's
support.
cool. Yeah, pretty
This
much the
Carlia
same here.
must have spent a lot of time and resources
Oh,
on
just
this.
couldn't sleep. Yeah, I woke up, got really bored, and decided to do an unscheduled stream. Thought I'd get a few hours in this, get a bit tired, you know. Then I could sleep. TV is a waste of time, and tired but not sleepy, you know.
Consider it a gift to ensure your silence. That thing seems to be bringing me nothing but trouble anyway. Carlia didn't even want it. She wanted to keep the sale a secret. I can see how well that went.
I'll keep quiet about your
Now
scam.
you're speaking my language. Tell you what, if you need any stolen goods fenced, you bring
Yeah,
them to me.
pretty much the same here.
Good money for 'em.
Anyway, the movies and TV shows they're coming out with are quite rubbish. you know.
Now,
The
you
Witcher
always
started
seem
off
so merciful.
reasonable and then they went sideways. That Netflix is going off the rails, you know. That fight they put on the other day, I should have known it was Netflix. But yeah, disgraceful. You know, putting in 58-year-old guys with 27-year-olds. You know, that's like putting in a 12-year-old with, you know, an 18-year-old in a ring. They've got no shame. You know. Yeah, it was embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. But it goes to show you too how corporate greed goes. You know, I'm pretty sure if it generated enough revenue and there was no pushback, they would have a professional fighter, you know, beating up two little girls. You know, that's how bad it is. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Every corporation is the same. Oh.
You needed to know more.
No, I don't need to know anymore. Oh my god, another master chest. Let's see if we can get this. But like, I know Tyson was, you know, a great fighter in his day, and some would say even the best. That might be so. But, you know, there's a reason why, you know, you need separate medical tests and stuff, let's say, after you reach 36 when it comes to professional boxing. You're basically over the hill. And it's not a reflection on the fighter, it's just biology, you know. Stuff happens with your body once you reach that age, but when you reach 58, you know, like, I'm not far off Tyson's age, and I can tell you, you know, I'm just a shadow of a man compared to what I was when I was 27, you know, and it doesn't matter if you're a professional athlete or not, you know. You'll get muscle atrophy and you'll tire quite easily. It's just biology, you know. But putting Tyson in there with that guy, it's like doing a professional fight, let's say, you know, where you get a world champion in a male heavyweight champion, and then you put him in with a female heavyweight champion, you know. It's that kind of trash, you know. Or a kid, you know. Putting in a 27-year-old with a 16-year-old is it's the same. But this fiasco that's going on with the gaming reviews and how blatantly biased they are, but I've always known that. But I did do a little bit of research, let's say, when I got bored, and I found out some interesting things about IGN. The parent company was, all companies started, I think, back in the 1920s. Oh, I forget the name. But they own about half of the media outlets. And then the guy that did Wiki, you know, he's pretty much got the other half. And they're actually all funded by the games company because they own a lot of those as well. So you've got games companies reviewing themselves. And then when you kind of put that together with the kind of access journalism you see now across gaming, and even let's say in the kind of mainstream media, it's it's absolutely ridiculous. I've never really thought much about it before, but now, let's say, you know, I've always known that they're just shills, basically. But I didn't realize how much of that kind of media companies that they kind of, you know, they got. I think the IGN parent company gobbles up about 2 billion a year, I think, in profits. Yeah. I think it's between 2 and 3 billion or something. Something like Zach something. Yeah, I forget the name. But yeah, selling games now, you know, lots of money. Apparently, you know, it's making more than Hollywood. We all know what Hollywood is like. I never thought back, let's say, to start gaming and we'll get that big. But you can never tell. Okay, it's down here somewhere. The only reason I'm messing with this is because I'm looking for that one particular spell tome. And there is a tiny chance that it might be here. Oh, come on. Okay, let me see this. Where are we going? We'll go to about there. Okay. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh my. There you go. You silly thing. That's an interesting little prize, but not much good to me.
You needed to know more.
No, I'm good. Now, where's that Debella statue? There it is. We'll absolutely grab that. And we'll grab that. Junk, but we'll grab it. Now, you see that? That is very, very, very unique. Yeah. I've already got one in storage. I'll take that one anyway. But that one you can't make. There's only 3 locations where you can pick that one up. And this is one. Okay, we're almost through. That's it, guys. We are ready to go. So, that with a heavy set of Imperial armor is really cool. Nah, we're good. We're good. And we don't need the fish. I suppose we can go through here, can we? How do we open this again? Where are the... There you go. Yeah, blah blah blah. Let's see where we are. Okay, we haven't been this way. Fair enough, let's start killing. Yeah, we want to clear these locations if we can. Yeah, we're good. There we go, we're done. That's about it, guys. Now, I've taken the gem from that other ship. Let's see. We've got some selling to do, obviously, and yeah, that's okay. That's another large, boring quest out of the way. Oh, the time, 4:40. Oh. I don't know if we'll make it to the shop in time, will we? Probably. We'll give it a shot. Most of these guys, they'll be closed at 7. Fair enough. We'll wait it out here in the end.
Come on in. Just stoke the fire. Take a seat and get the cold out.
Yeah, we've picked up some expensive stuff.
Drink for the thirsty. Food for the hungry.
Okay, weapons. Yeah, we don't need this junk. See what I mean? Right.
Remember the wink?
Let's wait till morning. That should do it. How's my audio, guys? Is it settled now? Yeah, it was a little bit dodgy when I come on. Using the charger with this Xbox controller is not the greatest thing.
I've only been a part of the Red Wave's crew for a few weeks.
Smooth, thank you.
Already learned to stay out of Captain Safia's way.
I would recommend not streaming on Xbox. It's too glitchy.
Why not?
Well,
Well,
thanks are in order.
it's not too bad if you use any of the other controllers except the Elite, the expensive ones.
My papa says
Those are absolutely rubbish.
Chose the only way to do it.
Fletching suits me. It's difficult and sometimes tedious, but a well-made arrow.
Yeah, there's a couple of interesting quests we'll do here later. Like Keys quests. But we'll wait till we're clearing the ones out in Solitude. We've got much more to do.
Seems there's no way. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're not too bad. Oh, I'm keeping that. For some reason.
Return anytime.
Now there's a few vendors down here. I'll do the investments in the business later. I like to leave them because when you come in with a load of junk, you know, you can just do the investment and you can get rid of that junk much quicker.
Plenty of fresh. See for yourself.
But I do everything in the game, all the investments, all the quests, everything. Now, the Nordic Greatsword, I think I might need. The Orcish Bow, Orcish Dagger. Okay. A hammer. We picked up a hammer for some reason. Alright.
These are troubled times. Be on your guard out there.
you look like. Take a look.
Now. Perfect. I've already got a full set of that, guys, I found earlier on. I think this lady will take the rest.
You wouldn't have a few minutes to run down to the everything I got on display, really.
I don't have to collect and sell that junk, but I feel that I haven't cleared a dungeon unless I've taken all the junk. Or at least as much as I can carry. There we go.
Good luck out there. Seems like
Now,
there's tons of wanderings.
we'll just drop off this junk. Here, I've been doing a little bit of decorating. It gives me a nice break in the game. When you have as many hours as I have, you need to break it up a little bit. Now this house here, Papa, this is a modded house I got from a mod. I needed it for another mod I was running for adopting more kids, so you won't be getting this in the game. Although you don't really need it, to be honest. The amount of houses you get, it's ridiculous. You'll never use them all. Oh yeah, I need to go over that. I'll fix the last one in a moment as well. We will be using that one. Now, for a while. Well, it's not. It's like any location in the game. It's not really meant for the player. There's probably a mod for it. The problem with using that cabin, Papa, is, you know that old lady? If you go down to the cellar, regardless whether she sees you or not, you will have to kill her. Yeah, she gets really violent. So, if you're stuck for storage, you know, any random container would just do the same thing. I would recommend maybe going to Markart, talking to the Jarl there. Let's say after doing a couple of tiny little quests there, easy ones. There's a couple of delivery ones there. And there's do those and get that house there. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It probably is one of the few locations. But I quickly get somewhere to live in this game. But once you get more used to the game, you'll see what I mean. You'll come across stuff, you know, after you probably finish your playthrough, you'll say, oh, I should have keeping this, I should have keeping that, I would have making, you know, nice decorations for something, you know, and that was kind of rare. And then you'll realize that, you know, getting yourself a decent house as soon as possible would have been the way to go. But I was like that as well, you know, safe storage, and I did use it on a couple of playthroughs here and there. But it's nothing like getting your own house, you know what I mean? Oh, the money thing, you'll find won't be a problem if you concentrate on the alchemy first, you know? And you'll see what I mean eventually when you get used to the game. You'll see what I mean about alchemy. But it's the key to unlocking and finishing the other skills. Well, most of them a lot quicker as well, like smithing and enchanting. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, let's go. But the first of the Hardfire homes you'll get is this lake view. Tell me, you must have picked up that courier letter by now to visit the Jarl in Falkreath. Yeah, if you read that letter, you'll get a quest from him. And you get, let's say, after you finish this quest, you'll get the opportunity of buying a piece of land for 5 grand. And there's enough materials already there to make a small house. And then you can kind of extend it into this one here. And it makes the game more interesting if you want to fix it up yourself, because, you know, you'll be collecting little bits and pieces to do so. And you can kind of slowly see your house coming together. It's fun. Well, this is the finished job here. Now, when you're doing this is the first house you'll get. It's tiny. You know, it's just about that size there. So it's a tiny little house. And then from the table you can decide, you know, what kind of extensions. Falkreath, yeah, here. Now, you can't start the quest. You know, once you're playing a while, you know that guy that comes around and gives you a letter, the courier. So check your inventory, and if you have a letter that says letter or note from the Earl of Falkreath, he'll send you to a dungeon to kill some bandits. And once you do so, then talk to his steward, and that this plot of land will be available here. And then there's enough stuff in this here to make a tiny house. You know, you could do your little bed, your fireplace, all of that, and some pretty nice storage. And then you can extend it into this huge thing. And you'll have an option on each of these for 3 different rooms. And there's enough rooms, let's say, to have something different on all of the 3 houses. There's 9 options and 3 houses and then 3 rooms. So yeah, it kind of works out. You know, all of them would be pretty unique. You know, on this one I have the tower. I think it's at the back. And then when you do a different option, you'll get the tower here. And then the tower here. One is a library, one is enchanting, and the other one is alchemy. Yeah, but the only way to start it is that note. Yeah. Yeah, this was an add-on called Heartfire Homes. Now, after you do this, there's 2 more available, but they're stuck behind quests. Then if you go to Dawnstar and go to the inn, you'll pick up a Daedra quest. And it's a priest there, and you get a staff and all of that. But once you finish that quest, speak to the Jarl, and he'll give you a little quest again. And then that will leave another piece of land open to buy, and then you kind of rinse and repeat on that one. The Jarl will not speak of anything until that quest is done. Then if you go to Mortal, again it's the same until you pick up a quest about a vampire there. If you go to the inn and speak to the lady, you'll get it from there, and it's a really interesting quest. But the vampires are quite tough. You'd have to be a reasonable level. Once you finish that, again, another piece of land is made available, and a 3rd Heartfire home. Pretty much the same. But when you're doing them, and let's say there's the starter home and then the main hall, they will be the same in all 3. Now, there's a left and a right room, and then let's say the rear room. There's 3 different options for each room. So, seeing that there's 3 different houses, you can make 3 houses with totally different rooms, if you know what I mean. So, yeah, it's better if you don't well, you can duplicate them if you want to, or even put all the towers on one, but they look pretty horrible, you know, when you do that. You're better off, you know, using up the 9 rooms, you know. And then that's those 3 houses, and then you'll get oh yeah, in the college they'll give you your own room with plenty of storage, Papa. And it doesn't take much to go there and join. And straight away off the bat, they'll give you your own room with a ton of storage. And that's absolutely safe. Then there's Solitude. That's the most expensive one in the game. Then there's Markart. Then there's Whiterun. I think that's about it, really. The freebies. Yeah. Go to Winterhold. You'll speak to this lady. She's there at the bridge. And she'll ask you to cast a spell to get in. So cast that spell. Then you've got to talk to these guys for ages. And they'll give you a little tour. And then they'll show you your room. And then you can go do your quests. But once they say this is your room and they show it to you, you can sleep in that bed. I think there's a chest and there's probably half a dozen containers and there's tons of barrels. There's like tons of room. And you've basically got your own little free spot. That's it. And a bit of company inside as well. Absolutely. All of the mage trainers are there. Yeah. All of them. Yeah. Most of the master trainers as well. Yeah. They're all there. So if you're going for something free and something that's easy enough to get, that's the way to go. There's probably 1, 2, 3, probably almost a dozen containers there you could use. But keep inside that room. Make sure it's inside that room. Yeah. Winterhold would be the place to go. Yeah. Yeah. But if you want something that's the next best thing to a house that you can get quite quickly, and it doesn't cost any money, you need to get to Winterhold. Yeah. Yeah, they are. But there's too many loading screens and doors getting in and out, you know. With the college, you just fast travel there, go through one door and just turn to the right and there's your room. With the companions, you know, you've got to go through that first loading door, then you go downstairs through another one, then you're bumping into a ton of those guys, then you've got a little bed and you've got like one container, you know. Yeah. It's just too boring going through all of those loading screens. There's a good skill stone in Falkreath. Well, it depends on what you're working on, Papa. But my advice to you is to find a lover stone. I think it's in the reach area, and take the lover stone. The lover stone will give you about 15% faster level up on all skills, on all of them. Where if you use, let's say, the three that you know of, the thief, the mage, and the warrior, they'll give you 20, but only on those skills. But you're going to be using a combination of everything, so you're way better off. Big picture, you're way better off using the lover stone. Unless it gets to the stage where you've only got warrior skills left or mage skills left, and then you would go with that. And then when you've got all your skills at 100, like I have, you would pick a stone called the Steed Stone. And what that does is it gives you an extra 100 carry weight, and any armor you're wearing, whether it be light armor or heavy, it doesn't wear anything. It doesn't weigh anything, unless you're providing you're wearing it. Now there is perks for that as well, but it's quite handy if you haven't got those already. And because you don't need the standing stones anymore, you still get that 100 carry weight more, and it's absolutely worth it. You know, when you're finished, you know, if you ever, you know, max out all of the skills. Like I'm on the Steed Stone here. There it is there. Carry capacity increased by 100 points. 50 if you're playing survival. Armor weighs nothing and doesn't slow you down when worn. Yeah. It is, isn't it? Yeah. But once you have no more need for the standing stones, it's absolutely perfect. You know, worst case scenario, if you've got all the perks out, you can carry 100 more pounds of weight, which is always handy. You know, so that's quite cool actually. But that's something you'd only be using, let's say, once you get all your skills to 100, obviously. Oh, I'm not using any enchantments for it, so let me see. 575. Well, there is an enchantment on the backpack, but I think it's 75, so 575. Now remember, you can also do enchantings to improve that to some silly things, you know. But that would be at the cost of other things, or if you want to use 2 sets of jewellery, but it's not worth the hassle really. Because, you know, once you get yourself a good summoning horse, I wouldn't use the horses in the game, but something that you can summon with a spell, you can bypass that, you can fast travel while overloaded, you know, and it doesn't really matter that much. Well, stamina, each time you put your 10 in stamina will give you 5 carry weight, I think. You really should be putting it into health. And you should be putting a decent amount into magicka. Stamina, for me, is by far the less priority. Yeah. House on my back. Nice. But you'll see that it's not that important. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like, obviously the more health you have, the tougher you are. Magicka for spells, that you'll find out you'll need a lot as the game gets tougher. What level are you playing it on? I'm playing it on Legendary, so you'll probably have it on Normal. Well, once you get tough enough, they don't really matter, you know. Expert. Nice. Yeah. Well, yeah, they're kind of okay, but to me, let's say once I get the Harmony spell, I would start messing about then with stamina. But it would be the least one I would use. It depends on how you build your character, I suppose. Well, wouldn't it be nice to do your second playthrough on that, Papa? Yeah, I'd save that till my second playthrough. You know, once you've learned a bit more with your character on this, and it will give you a good excuse, you know, to play it again. Yeah, absolutely. But you'll see when you're playing on Legendary the kind of priorities you'll have. You will be prioritizing enchanting, alchemy, and probably heavy armor, you know. The rest would come naturally. I've done a few. Let me see your tag. Optic Chris Prime. You don't mind if I call you Prime? I've done a few on Legendary. They're not easy, trust me. On Legendary, let's say if you want to do it properly and you want to do it fairly, you'd obviously go in as a mage. So you could use a staff, but it's absolutely useless. You'd obviously be able to use a dagger, no bows, unless obviously it's an enchanting bow or sword. You could use those conjuring ones. You'd have to wear, you know, the mage's outfit. But the best way to get through a Legendary playthrough on mage, you would be going heavy. I mean really heavy into conjuration. And you'd be almost playing like a rogue archer. You know, you'd be using conjuration for a distraction. And then you would be going in on sneak and invisibility, you know, with your dagger and finishing them off. Especially if you're doing a Legendary permadeath. And that would be the only way you could manage it, you know. Absolutely. Yeah. There are, and it's the reverse if you're playing as a warrior. Mages are absolutely lethal in the beginning. Until you get to the stage where you've got your enchanting maxed and your alchemy. And then once you get your resistances on your armor, yeah, they're the easiest thing to finish mages, you know. Mm. Yeah, 80 perks, but it's not enough. To properly max this character, Papa, you need to get to level 252. My preferred way is to do it through the harmony spell through illusion. But I haven't found one yet. I could buy one easily, but that's not the kind of game we're playing. We're not allowed to buy anything. Oh, hi, O'Keefe. Pretty good, and you, how have you been? Nice, nice. All skills, you do all perks at level 252, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's 252. You'd have to get to level 252. It's 240 something, 250 something. I think it's 252. And then that's enough to get all of the perks. So all of your skills will have all of the perks. Yeah, well, you're better off doing that in the beginning, obviously. But once you know how to do it through illusion, it's actually not that hard, you know. Like, I could go from level 80 to 252 with the right spell, knowing what I know, probably in a couple of hours. I could max the character out. Once I get the harmony spell. If I tried to do it any other way, I'd probably be doing it until they release the Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah. So harmony is by far the best way to do it without doing any cheats or exploits or, you know, bugs or anything like that. Oh yeah, that's pretty important, you know. But you will realize once you start playing this game for a while, those three that I mentioned, smithing, alchemy, and enchanting, are by far the ones that you should be concentrating on first. And let's say once you get to the stage where you want to be maxing out your character, you realize that right from the start, you know, you want to be plowing into health and magicka, getting your magicka up to around 500, and then your health up to at least another 500, you know. Well, it is a pretty grindy game, you know, but it's still fun. But it's not as grindy as Oblivion. Oblivion could be extremely grindy. Now, is there anything else I want to put in here? What a Nordic great sword. Oh, the amulet. Let's go down and fix that one, guys. I just want to get finished for this basement and get that junk out. But this is what the basements will give you tons of... I mean, tons and tons of junk. Oh, where's that gold ingot? That's it, guys. We're done. This is the first of the houses I've finished, actually. Cool. Yeah, that's the first of them. Now, let's get rid of that. And what have we got here? Yeah, well, that's the Ebony Warrior. I'm storing his stuff here until I decide where to put it up for decoration. Let's get rid of that. This one is 100% done. First of them. Not being able to buy stuff. The elements are pretty hard to come by. Those ones. I may miss a perk I want later on, or delay by getting it by a lot. It's not as hard. You can always just, you know, kind of level up a bit more. You know. Oh, hi, Doodless Catch. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Oh, misspend the perks. Well, the only way you're going to get them back from any skill is if you get to 100. Then legendary, that you'll get your perks back, but then you'll have the problem of, let's say, getting it up to 100 again. But I wouldn't worry that much about misspending a perk. You know, in this game, you know, it's easy enough to get the levels. You know? Yeah. Because remember, once you 100 something, Papa, you can make it legendary, take back the perks, use them on something else, and then just level it up again. You know? So, if you're using certain skill a lot, you know, that would probably be the best one to go to. Yeah, just keeping alive. Nice. Same here. Now, you'll see where I have these skills at 100. Like that, where you can... You see where it says Y at the top, legendary? But obviously no. And that would bring it down to 15, and then I would take my perks back, and I can use them elsewhere. So anything that you've got at 100, you can take your perks back, and start them again. There we go. So I still have a bit of weight, apparently. Oh, the helmet. I'll keep that one inside, guys. It's an interesting little piece. It definitely is an interesting little piece. You see, I've got one there already. Maybe I shouldn't have getting it, but still. That's it. Now... Right, let's hand in our quest, guys. But it is a complex enough game, Papa, you know. But once you get the hang of it, it's easy enough. But basically, the way I play, everything would run through alchemy. That would be by far the most important skill to max out immediately. And through that then I could max out, well, especially if I was allowed to buy stuff. The rest would go pretty quickly. If I was doing the big picture, you know, let's say, you know, finishing all the quests and time-wise, and I wanted to do everything, it is by far the quickest way to go. Riften, isn't it? Yeah, it's Riften. Oh, I hate arriving here at night.
Imagine blowing up an entire town.
I sometimes get a thief here and the whole town goes crazy. It's okay, he's not here now. What time is it anyway? 6. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Right, let's talk to this guy. I think this is the one where we get ambushed, isn't it? On the next quest. Yeah, there's not a ton of main quests left, but they are pretty grindy and long. Especially the last one, oh my god.
Hey, let's talk a second.
information? No, it can't be.
It can be, and it is.
Heard that name in decades. This is grave news indeed. She's someone I hope to never cross paths with again. Carlia destroyed everything this guild stood for. She murdered my predecessor in cold blood and betrayed the guild. After we discovered what she'd done, we spent months trying to track her down, but she just vanished.
Why has she returned?
Carlia and I were like partners. I went with her on every heist. We watched each other's backs. I know her techniques, her skills. If she kills me, there'll be no one left that could possibly catch her. If only we knew where she was.
I could make a guess. Now, let me get my reading glasses. Will. Hi, Will. Or do you pronounce it Willem? Willem. Hi, Will. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. And how have you been?
There's only one place that could be. The place where she murdered Gallus. A ruin called Snowvale Sanctum.
Will is fine.
To go out
No
before
problem.
She disappears again.
We.
Yes, I'm going with her. Together we're going to kill her.
Oh, that's good to hear.
For solitude.
So, what have you been up
Prepare
to?
yourself and meet me at the ruins as soon as you can.
I'm assuming you're a Skyrim fan.
Fingers.
It's been my favourite game since release. And judging by where BGS are going these days, probably will always be my favourite game. Now, let's see. Oh yeah, sugar, I forgot about that. I'll have to go back and get a piece of armour, that's horrible. Right, I'll go back, I'll get that piece of armour, and then I can hand in that map as well. I keep forgetting that. We better get that one done. I usually change the center armor piece, but it doesn't really matter. I never wear that junk anyway. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's not a. Here, you can take the map from me.
Well, if you have, this should compensate you for your fight.
There. Right, let's go get that piece of armor. I knew I forgot something. Oh, sugar. Okay, we don't want to be in there. I've already done the bow quest from there. This way. Yeah, we'll just head back quickly. Now, you see those unusual gems? Yeah, there's 24 of those. I always get them on every run, even though the quest is totally not worth it, but if you actually get all 24, it bugs the quest, and it doesn't advance. I doubt they ever fix that, you know that. I usually around 20, let's say, I'll talk to what's-her-face, and the reason I leave it so long is, as long as you don't identify them, they'll keep stacking, but when you do, they kind of go in individually, and then when you're looking for junk in your miscellaneous, you know, trying to spam down to 24 gems, it's boring, you know. Heavy and light armor, it is very bad. You'll have to focus on one because of your, I'll show you, because of your bonuses. Doesn't really matter which one, but I prefer heavy armor. You'll probably finish two anyway. Once you finish off one or the other, switch, and then, you know, I always go with a heavy. And I'll tell you why it's bad. Well, it's not bad unless you've got some of these see that? 25% armor bonus if wearing all heavy armor. Head, chest, hands and feet, so that's all 4 pieces. Shield not included, Pampa. So you're better off going with all heavy or all light. Well, especially when you take out the well-fitted bonus. And then you get the matching set, which gives you a further 25%. So if you've got 2 of those perks, let's say your armor rating is 100, with those 2 perks then it would shoot up to 150. So, yeah, they're pretty important. But if you haven't got those perks out, doesn't really matter that much, you know. I was going to focus on light, but feels like I'm giving up so much points, armor points at the moment. Yeah. What I tend to do is I focus more on the skills. Let's say out from mage and out from warrior. I'd focus on enchanting and alchemy and stuff, you know. Then buying the junk I need, let's say for smithing and enchanting. And then I would go all out at magic. By far, let's say, destruction is the grindiest skill ever in this game. But the other ones are not too bad. You know, even alteration. If you want to get alteration up reasonably quickly, get yourself a good detect life spell. Head to any one of the military camps and just keep spamming it. And before you know it, you'll have alteration up to 100 pretty quickly, and just get that out of the way. You know, you get a few points from that. Conjuration, again, easy enough. A lot of it will come out naturally, let's say when you're doing enchanting. But when you're left over with some, just go to a river. Some mud crabs will chase you. Jump up on a rock. They can't get you, and just keep spamming them with the conjuration spell. There was a time when you could do it on a dead body, but the patch has fixed that one. So, you know. Well, yeah, the sooner you do that, better. But, you know, once you max out alchemy and enchanting, and remember what I told you about alchemy and enchanting being the 2 key things for fixing up the other guys. When you do that, you can make some decent stuff where the magic cost for those spells are pretty low. And if they're pretty low, you can use some high level spells and you can rank it up a lot quicker. You know what I mean? So you see where I'm going with this kind of alchemy and enchanting. It really affects how quickly, you know, you can do the other ones, whether it's through buying the stuff you need or actually crafting the stuff you need to make them much easier. But after playing this a while, you'll understand what I mean. But destruction is pretty boring. You know, even as a mage, it is extremely boring. Soul and alchemy and enchanting 100% on board. Oh, absolutely. You see, once alchemy is maxed with all its perks, you know, just pick a few plants and you've got tons of money. With that money, you can buy tons of empty soul gems that you can fill up, let's say, at a river with some mud crabs. You can buy leather and stuff and create hide bracers, and then you can put the enchantments on that, ranking up your enchantment level pretty quickly, and then getting some cash obviously for that as well, which would you be kind of working on speech as well. Then when your enchanting is fully done, you would obviously, you know, go straight up to the top perk, which would be 2 enchantments on 1 piece of armor, which is unbelievably helpful. But I would be fixing the perks up on that guy as well. I'll show you the ones to go for. Some you can ignore until whenever you want to finish it, like I've done here. You see where I've totally ignored this side for a while? So obviously you'd max it out on 5. Fire Enchanter, which gives you better fire resistance. You know, Frost, Storm. Extra effect gives you 2 enchantments on 1 piece. Of course you can use them in weapons too if you want to, but I don't. Copus Enchanter, let's say for better health enchantments. insightful, that's skill, that's very, very important. With that one there, let's say in conjunction with the 5 at the bottom, you can put enchantments on your armor that would make your sword or bow a lot more powerful, which means a lot in the game, seeing as weapons don't cap out. So you'd have to be doing something like that. And then when you've got, points to throw away, you could use them on those, but not a biggie. The soul gems, yeah. Well, you can easily rectify that with enough cash. There's tons of them available for sale, I'd be sticking to the cheaper ones, like the empty petty soul gems and the common, There's tons of them. But one of my rules too is not to pick any plants. But let's say imagine you've maxed out alchemy. You just go outside for 2-3 minutes, picking all the plants. You'll have enough potion to buy whatever you want in this town and take all of the money. Oh yeah, that's the way it works. If you get empty soul gems, Papa, you can fill them. You need a spell called Soul Trap. Do you want me to show you how it's done? Yeah. I'll show you how to do it. Here, let me just save here. Actually, we're going back anyway to get something, and I'll show you. Yeah, I'll show you how it's done. Let me just go back here for a moment. I just gotta grab something. And I'll show you how it's done. And you'll see what I mean, having the money. Then you'll see how quickly, I mean really quickly, you'll finish enchanting. It's just kind of learning the steps, That's when you really get fun of the game, when you kind of understand it a bit better. Let me just grab that and then I'll show you. Oh, sugar, where did I put that? Oh, there it is. Thieves Gold Armor. That's the one I want to change. Now let me just save here. Now, I don't usually keep any soul gems empty, so we'll just go buy one. They should be available everywhere for sale. Just keep on the lookout. Every time you go selling junk, just buy whatever they have. But it'll get to the stage where you can even buy the expensive ones without blinking an eye, just as an excuse to remove some of the potions from your inventory. Now remember, when you're enchanting, the best gems to enchant with is the grand soul gems. Only enchant with those guys. Don't enchant with the common, the petty, or anything like that. Only the grand ones. Well, I'll show you here.
Oh, a bit of this.
But you'll be able to buy those as well, no problem. You see those? That's what you need to be enchanting with. They're the best gems in the game. Now, but for purposes, let's say, of ranking up enchanting to 100, let's say you can buy those already filled. They'll work. So we'll just buy that one. Now, is there any empty ones here I can buy? Here, we'll just buy those for a moment. Just for purposes. Yeah, okay. And when you're buying up all of the empty soul gems, and maybe get yourself maybe 20 or 40 grand soul gems and just throw them away. What you need to be buying as well is everything like this.
Take a look.
Buy up all the leather strips, and any hides this guy has. And of course, you know, you can buy up the steel and the iron too. Make iron daggers, steel daggers. But what you really need to be concentrating on are these guys, especially when you're doing enchanting, and I'll show you why. Go into hide, and always make hide bracers. Just hide bracers. Now, when you're doing this, I can't do it now because I'm already max. This will get up your smithing as well. It won't with me because I'm already max. So start making those guys. As many as you can. Now that you have those, you know, you could store them back at your home as well. You'd be going off with maybe 40 or 50 gems, you know. And then, to make it easy on yourself, go to some river. Let's say we'll pick, now we've only got 1 gem, but it's good enough for purposes, you know. Well, you see the way it will be once you've maxed alchemy. You'll have that many potions and they're that expensive. You know, you can buy literally whatever you want. Money is no object, you know. But money won't be a consideration, you know, at all whatsoever, because you'll have to literally buy them as an excuse just to remove the potions, you know, from your inventory. I'll show you why. Bracers are the cheapest to make with leather. They're the cheapest to make, so you can make more of them, and that means you can get smithing up quicker, if you know what I mean. The rest of the stuff is too expensive. Yeah, you're wasting up too much of your resources. Here, let's head. Yeah, let's head here. Let's head here. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. You know, just make up a couple of 100 of them and store them. On the last levels of enchanting, it takes a good few enchantments, depending on the strength of the soul gem, obviously. But if you're doing it the best way, like I'm doing, it could take maybe 20 enchantments per level, you know. But the early ones, you know, just 1 or 2 enchantments, 3 enchantments will be enough to go up a level. So, now you've got your bracers, and you've got your... I've only got 1 empty soul gem, but let's say you've got like 40, 50 of them. You'll run out of mud crabs pretty quick, so go to other rivers, you know, stuff like that. Now, the way soul gems work, if you're killing mud crabs, petty is enough to hold their soul. But if you got a petty soul gem, let's say, and you kill a bear, which I think is a common soul gem, it won't hold it. It will tell you that your soul gem is not big enough. But that doesn't really matter. Now, if the soul is too big, it won't go to the soul gem. But if you've got a big soul gem and a small soul, it doesn't matter. It'll just go there, you know. So don't worry about that. You know, just keep buying up everything that's empty and do this. So you'll need another spell here. And this one is called Soul Trap, and it's pretty cheap and it's pretty common. So here we go to Conjuration. And there it is there. I prefer to use it with the left. So that's my Soul Trap. It's very easy to direct. Now, once you hit an enemy with that, and once you kill him, you've got about 20 seconds to kill him. So probably if you're not that strong, you're better off to get his health down to about 20%, then bam him with that, and then finish him. Now, watch this soul gem. Well, that one is full. But you see that one? That's empty. Grand soul gem empty. Now, let's run. But you'll see, it's more fun with the mud crabs, and a lot quicker. Doesn't matter what you kill, everything has a soul. Well, except robots and things like that, obviously not. So, I'm really strong, so I'll have to do this straight away. Now, another good idea is, if there's not... Well, in the Dwemer rooms, there's kind of metal enemies. They're kind of like robots, like ancient robots, you know? Yeah, they're made from metal, and they're powered by soul gems. Like kind of Dwemer secret weapons kind of stuff. So they're a waste of time. Yeah, you can't trap a dragon either. And there's some high-level bosses that you can't trap, you know. So you see that? That means I've got his soul. Now I killed him with one hit because I'm pretty powerful. So depending on what you're doing, it could maybe even take up to 10. And if you soul trap him straight away, it might take you more than the 20 seconds to kill him. So you're better off getting his health low, soul trapping, then finish him, you know. Oh, and he's actually not that far off. Yeah, it's not that far off. So now we have a look. Items, miscellaneous. There you go. Grand Soul Gem, and you see that marking beside it. It says petty. So, have like tons of empty soul gems. I mean tons. You know, hundreds if you can get your hands on them. I would guess, and I'm only guessing, it would probably, let's say, from where you start 15 all the way up to 100, it would probably take about 500 gems, I'd say. That's only a guess, I've never actually counted. Well, it depends, you know, how many petties, how many grands, you know, how many... I wouldn't be using grands. I'll be saving them, let's say, for your outfits and stuff. But how strong each soul gem is. But for me, it would average about 400-500, I suppose. Because I really don't care what I use, and I prefer to use the petty souls. You know, but just because there's more of them. It's all about speed. It's never about money. So now that you've done all that, go and find yourself an arcane enchanter. So there's a few around. There's one in Windhelm, but the one that you'll probably be going to is the one in Whiterun. So go to Whiterun and go to the keep. Right here. This one here. Now, if you got your Heartfire homes, you get an option actually to build your own one. Within that Heartfire home, you can build your own enchanting table, you know, your own forge, your own alchemy table, all of that. But if you haven't got that, it doesn't make a difference. You can use this. Oh yeah, it needs to be. There's a lot of important quests here as well. So, now, remember to do an enchantment. You must know the enchantment. You see what I mean? So, be on the lookout for pieces of jewellery that already have enchantments. Right? Now, I don't have any here, but the enchantments I have are, you know, stuff I've already done. You see that one there? But let's say if I get a ring, and let's say the ring says, you know, it gives me better one-handed stats. So what you need to do is go in here. You'll be looking for one-handed, two-handed, water-breathing, health, magicka, heavy armor, light armor, the good stuff, you know. And especially the resistances, fire, frost and shock. Yeah, don't sell those. Break them down. You only get one chance to break them down. You only have to do it once. So, disenchant them. Yeah. Hi, the Hessian. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome. So, you see the one where it says disenchant? I don't have any to disenchant. I've already gotten the stuff I need from this. But it'll give you an option. Now, if it's not lighting up, that means you've already know that enchantment. So obviously I do because of this. But let's say I didn't have any fortify one-handed, which would work on daggers, swords, maces, war axes, that kind of stuff. You would disenchant that. In the process, the piece that you disenchant would be destroyed. But you'd know the enchantment. You'd only have to do it once. So yeah. So that would be okay. So then you go here. Forgetting that now, let's say you want to be getting up your enchanting. It won't go up for me because I'm maxed out, but I'll show you how it goes. Yeah, see, this is why you need your alchemy, so you can buy whatever you need. But for me on this playthrough, I banned all buying stuff, so I just farmed them from dungeons, and I farmed them from the college. They spawn back pretty quickly at the college, and one of the shops in the town itself. Yeah. So, go down to item, go down to hide bracers, then enchantment, and you can pick any one of these. Let's say alchemy, and then it gives you a choice to pick the soul gems. So let's say we'll go with lesser. And just keep repeating that. Now, if you're level 15, those trees should have been enough easily to get you to level 16. Each level you go up, every few levels it gets a little bit more. You know, soon it's 5, soon it's 6, 8, 10. The levels at 90 would take probably 20, 22, you know. Gets a little bit harder each time. So it depends on the level of gem you're using, you know. But just buy yourself a ton of empty soul gems, make yourself a ton of leather bracers, keep hacking out the rivers, you know, all of the animals, everything, you know, and you'll get it up pretty quickly. See, this is why, as I said, it's very important to max alchemy, because when alchemy is maxed, just watch this for instance. Now, I'm not using any fortification on this, because there's tons of mud crabs. There's tons of things to kill. And there's no chasing, there's no anything. You know, you don't have to go around running and chasing after deers. You know, tons of time, and you don't want that. Oh, not like that. Yeah. You might go to an area, and you might be lucky to get 3 wolves. And then you could be looking for 15 or 20 minutes elsewhere. In that time, I could have maybe 50 enchantments done. So remember, it's not only about, you know, getting it done. It's about getting it done quickly as possible, you know. Oh, absolutely. Like, let me show you what I mean. Now, not to mention, there's slaughterfish there as well. You know, don't forget that. And then let's say you get the odd animal that's going to attack you as well, so you can take those out. But let's say we've already killed one guy, for instance. Let's go back here for a moment. Oh yeah, you want to be sticking to the rivers. Now, obviously, they'll run out pretty quickly. You're probably better off then. Well, just doing your own thing, maybe around the Reach or around Winterhold. You know, killing animals, goats, trolls, you know, whatever you can get your hands on. You obviously won't be killing humans because, you know, you'll be needing black soul gems for that. And that's not a thing. That'd be a bit rare to be kind of wasting like that. How do you get salmon with a basic fire spell? I've tried that, Papa, and because of... I used to do that quite regularly. You mean salmon roe, isn't it? Yeah, salmon roe. It seems to be for me that the fishing quest on the anniversary edition has bugged it out for me. Yeah, the fishing quest has bugged it out for me. So now the only way to get some salmon roe, you obviously need it for, you'll need a salmon roe for your fishery on one of your hardfire homes, but it's not a viable thing to get. Let's say for making potions, I would go with something else, but you'll definitely need it. Oh, it doesn't matter. The fishing quest is given free, so it's already in your game, Papa. Yeah, it's been plugged in the game for free. So the second you got that update, whether you had the anniversary edition or not, it's giving you that for free. It's giving you that and 2 spammy quests. That's gonna give you a kind of taste for the Creation Club. Yeah, it should be in your game regardless. The fishing was that was given free, so it's probably in your game. But I'll show you how it works, and I'll show you the best place to farm salmon roe. But it shouldn't work in your game. But let's see. Although a few people said it still works for them, but it doesn't work for me anymore. I used to do this all the time. But I head back to Riverwood here. But it doesn't work for me anymore. So now that you're at Riverwood, just walk down here. And this should be really simple. And the only reason I'm interested in salmon roe is I needed to add to the fishery on one of the hardfire homes. I just need one. So what I do is I make sure there's a kitchen in one of my hardfire homes. And once I build a kitchen, one of those will spawn in a wooden bowl. And I just take that one and use it for the fishery. That's the only way I have of getting them now. Now, you see this waterfall? Ah, come on. Oh yeah, use these guys as well, obviously, for soul gems. Now, this is easy enough. My favourite way is to go with not so powerful a spell. I would probably just go with flames. Now, watch the river here. You'll see the dead fish floating down. Yeah, because it's a nice, cheap spell that everyone has right from the start, I think. It's good enough for the purposes of what we need. Now, basically, it should roughly work out about 50-50. For each 2 fish you kill, you should at least get 1 salmon roe. You'll see them floating down here and you'll get them down there. But don't know, maybe it's working now. There's 1 fish. The roe, it should show out pretty quickly. But I only actually noticed this since the fishing thing came in. It's not working for me anymore. Now let me get up here again. But I used to easily farm maybe 6 to 10 roe from here, depending on my luck. But I absolutely noticed this the last time I played the anniversary edition. There you go, tons of dead fish, guys. See them? Look at that. No salmon roe. I should have at least getting 2 roe, maybe more. So no, it doesn't work for me anymore. But that's the way it's done. And I've done that hundreds of times. And gotten tons of salmon roe. I think that the fishing quests they added bugged it out. For me at least. Yeah, same. Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, it's the fishing quests, obviously. Now, you'll need a piece of salmon roe, Papa, for one of your hardfire homes. They'll give you a little fishing farm. It's really cool. You get all the fish you need and they keep spawning back. And I'll show you... Have you seen the... I'll show it to you. I'll show you the fishing farm you'll get. It's not much of a spoiler. You'll need to know this anyway. The fishing farm is over here. You get it in this hardfire home. Where is it? Winstead. Here. No, it's just whether they removed it or I would say it just bugged out. Well, to be honest, it was kind of a bug in the first place, I think. But no, I wouldn't say so. The fact that you were getting raw. This is the fish farm that you get. So, what you want to be doing is do it early. Hold one of every single fish that you get. Now, salmon, you can't put salmon in here. You have to put salmon roe. It will only accept salmon roe. Now, it's a waste of time for alchemy. But you'll need it for this. You know, if you want to do this properly. But you'll only need one. So put your salmon roe in there. It will not take salmon. Only salmon roe. It will not... And it will take slaughtfish eggs as well. And all of the normal fish you're coming across. And all of the ones from the fishing quests. You can breed them all here. And then you can take them. And then they'll spawn back. Now... Listen carefully. If you can, this bugs out. No one sells. There's nowhere to get it. I'll show you the only way to get it, Papa. Oh, hi, Prime. Oh, hi, Prime Minister. And how have you been? Pretty good. Pretty good, and you? What have you been up to? So, during the fishing quest from the anniversary edition, you get these guys here. You see them? They're called tripod spiderfish. Now you'll only need one. Only put one in here and 3 will spawn. But once you get them in your fish farm, Papa, under no circumstances take them out. They're bugged. They'll never spawn back. 3 will spawn in. Just leave them there. You can take all of the other fish till spawn back. Leave those guys. And you can actually tell they're bugged because they're really dead in the water. They don't move. You see them? All of the rest of the guys will move. And you can take all of these guys and they'll spawn back really quick. So when you add this guy, the tripod spiderfish, don't ever pick him. Just leave him there. He's decoration. When you get your one piece of salmon roe, put it in here. It won't accept salmon. And to get that one piece of fishing roe, all you've got to do is make sure that one of your hardfire homes has a kitchen. And in that kitchen, there's a wooden bowl. And in that wooden bowl, you'll get your piece of salmon roe. That's the only place left in the game where you can now get salmon roe. But as an ingredient for alchemy, it's not great. Though for money making. But it is needed for the farm. That's the only way now. The other thing is bugged out. No one sells roe. I've never found roe. So that's it. That's about everything you need to know about that one. And what you can do as well, when you get a little bit stronger, if you're doing enchanting, go around the coast, around Dawnstar, you know, all that big large coast, and start killing off these hawkers and soul trapping them. They're pretty good for enchanting as well. You know. What is it? No quest. But what it is, it's a nice little decoration. You know, you've got one of every, well, you'll have 3 of every fish in the game. And you can come down, take the ingredients, make yourself some potions or food. You come back shortly, and they're all replenished again. So it's kind of like a farm thing. But remember, the tripod fish are bugged. So when you're farming, don't pick those guys up. But it's not a quest, no. It's just like a little added decoration to your house. But I've got one of every single fish in the game. No, it gives you back salmon. It will never give you back more salmon roe. Which is pretty silly. Because you can get salmon in the game, but the farm won't accept it. It will only accept the salmon roe egg. But then once you put the salmon roe egg in, it will only give you salmon. So it's really stupid. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that from my last playthrough. And I checked it here again. Here, let's try it again, guys. Just for fun, we'll try it again. Because I'm going to load this up anyway. Now the farm here is a bit glitchy. It should take about 48 hours to respawn. But you can respawn it immediately. So it's an absolute exploit. So I wouldn't recommend using it. Well, this is just to demonstrate. I just get rid of as much of these guys as I can. But you can see what I mean, like there's tons of stuff to collect here. Now you won't be able to collect those guys, the slaughterfish. Once you put in the slaughterfish eggs, they're the only exception. I think that you shouldn't have been able to add these, to be honest, to your farm, because there was plenty enough fish anyway. But you know, BGS, they always like to mess about. So there, we're pretty much clean, as you can see. Now we just get those guys. Now, there we go, nice and clean. You see these fish here? Don't ever touch them, and you'll see why. Now, they're not moving. That's the first thing I noticed, so we'll take him. There's one. Well, you can get these eggs back, alright, but who wants them? There's 2. And there's 3. Now, usually it should take a few days for these to respawn. But it's mega glitchy. All we would have to do is walk through the door here and back out and they should respawn. Well, I usually wait an hour. But I wouldn't recommend using it because you just get too much junk in it. The whole thing loses value. But it's supposed to take a few days. Unless it's fixed by now, but I doubt it. I don't think those guys ever fix anything. There we go. See what I mean? Everything is back. Except those 3 guys. You see what I mean? Not a sign of those guys. And they will never come back. Ever. So, if you want to keep your little farm pretty. And I don't know the effects, let's say, of kind of living with that and keep farming it. Who knows, it might affect other fish and it might have a knock-on effect. So leave those tripod spiderfish there, ignore them and pick everything else. And that's what the farm is for. So that's kind of proof, you know, of what I'm saying. I think so. Yeah, I think it was way better without adding the other fish. You know, there was enough in it as was. But because it could be done, I did it, yeah. Well, yeah, kind of, but, you know, let's say, you know, you take those out. And then let's say, you know, you just keep farming. I never farmed this. I don't know the effects. And let's say then it picks another species. And then there's, let's say, the cod. Oh, gone. Let's say you farm it again, and then there's 3 gone, and then there's 4. I'm not sure where it goes, you know, because I don't farm it. You know, maybe it'll just start with those 3. And then it will be another one, and before you know it, then you've got an empty farm. Now, you would imagine that I'd be able to put them back in again, wouldn't you, because they're not there. So let's try and put them back in again. Now, if it was as simple as that, it wouldn't be a problem. Now, these are the guys that are bugged, yeah? So let's see. It should say I've already got that fish. You only need to add 1 of each item to the hatchery. So, the game is telling me I already have the fish there. Which they are actually right. You know, because you've only got to do this once. And that's it. So, let's say, you know, I doubt it, but let's say that bug would carry on to another one, and then another one, and another one. So that's why I just leave them there. But yeah, if you want to, don't even add them in the first place. Just hold them inside somewhere, you know. Oh, hi Kaylee. And how have you been? Could be. Could be. But I've seen some strange things pop up from this game. You know. Like, let's say, for instance, the settlement resource bug in Fallout 4. You know, it starts off maybe at Abernathy Farm or Red Rocket and Sanctuary. You know, once you get it there, then you eventually go to another one, and then it's there. And before you know it, then it's in almost every settlement. See, I've never really tested it out that much. But the fact that those 3 are bugged, and it might start a chain reaction, I don't know what way the coding is going. But it's a long shot. But yeah, I just don't touch them. Yeah. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, anything is possible, I've learned in this game. You'll see some of the stupidest bugs ever, Papa, in this game. And there's no logic behind them. So, when it comes to bugs in Skyrim, or any BGS game, you kind of have to think outside the box. Yeah. Oh, really, yeah? So, what's your day been like, Kaylee? Oh, pretty good, pretty good. And hope you've been well also. What have you been up to? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I've been a bit out of sorts myself, starting to get nightmares again. Stress. My health has been kind of strange. I have a strange back pain for 2 weeks, and it's pretty high, so it has me a bit worried. I've made a doctor's appointment, you know, and I've noticed the last 2 nights I've been getting nightmares, and it always happens to me if I'm really stressed out, so, yeah. It's not nice, is it? The stress and anxiety. When I was training archery with Fandal and getting the go back, going back and forth between the chat lines. Oh yeah, it is. Absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. So that's just some of the stuff that you'll come across in this game. But everyone eventually learns it the hard way, you know. Oh, good evening, do right. Oh, it's not too bad now, thank goodness. But yeah, it was going on too long for what I thought it was, and your mind will say, could be anything. Especially if you're a smoker. It started to stress me a bit, even though I didn't acknowledge it. But now I know it was really stressing me because I had a few nightmares this morning and yesterday. And I really don't have nightmares, only when I'm under a lot of stress. And I didn't think I was under stress, but yeah, obviously, somewhere in my subconscious, in the back of my mind, I was pretty worried about it. Hmm. Hmm. It's not much, it doesn't take much from the game, but it's silly in this game. You've got to know so much to have a reasonably, decent playthrough. But I'm playing with the patch, so that does about 70% of the work for me, you know. But I used to play without the patch. I've found hundreds of bugs in this game, where it would take you longer to get around the bugs than to actually play the game. Oh, time will tell. Yeah. Hmm. Don't kill anyone with a name. The unofficial patch. A guy made up a patch to try and fix the bugs in Skyrim. It's considered a mod. Yeah. Don't kill anyone with a proper name unless you're told to. And never ever 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 pick up a quest item early. Two of the main rules in Skyrim. It will deactivate your achievements, but if you're not worried about achievements, I will play with the patch, Papa. If you don't care about achievements. It's called the unofficial patch. You'll have to sign in to the BGS mod section on your game. You'll have to link it to your Xbox account, and then you're ready to go. And then just search for the unofficial patch. That's exactly what it's called, yeah. The unofficial patch. Ordinator. I've never heard of that one. Yeah. Yeah. But that one disables achievements too, right, doesn't it? Which is kind of stupid. And strangely enough, anything from the Creation Club won't disable them. But if you're not worried about achievements, yeah. Personally, myself, I would go without on my first run, trying to get as many achievements as possible. Especially if you're doing a second run. And then it's nice to see these bugs up close, you know. Yeah, yeah, usually. Yeah. Now let's load this up, guys. And we'll get back to... what were we doing? The quest, wasn't it? Except the Creation Club for some reason. Coincidence, isn't it? Unless you're on PC. I think you'll get a mod to stop that. Oh. We got a crash. That is something you see every day, a crash. It's not too bad. I rarely get crashes. There we go. I'm a believer that achievements are a drug that companies push. Well, anything can be a drug. You know, one could say playing the game in itself is a drug. But it's something that you can kind of take or leave. not a big thing. Personally, myself, I like finishing them. To me, it adds a little bit more of a final thing to a game, if you know what I mean. But yeah, it shouldn't bother you too much. Winter is definitely here, snowing. Really? Oh my. So you're getting snow in the UK? Not even a sign of it here. It's pretty temperate and wet here. Yeah, it was actually raining this morning. No chance of snow here. That's a pity. Snow would have been nice. Oh yeah, we're doing something with the armor, aren't we? Let's go do that armor thingy. That's the whole reason, wasn't for going back. Just to get rid of that little thing. Oh, absolutely, yeah, they'll have fun outside.
If your allegiance lies with the Empire, you haven't much.
I will make sure that silly thief is in there. Killed him a few times. Yeah, we seem to be good. Right. Let's get rid of this piece of armor. Before we advance too much on this quest. We don't want to be stuck with that objective. On a stable game. But BGS games are too frustrating without mods. Yeah. I understand that they had a kind of success with the recipe they had, but it is becoming a bit stagnant. And there's always been a kind of lukewarm kind of story, to be honest. Kind of repetitive and how could I put this? More buggy than it should be, you know, than other companies. We've always given them a pass because, you know, in other aspects they did some, you know, some decent work, and they're always kind of pushing forward a bit, giving us something a little different. But now it's just more bugs. The quests are more repetitive, more boring, and the whole thing is kind of, it's starting to implode. We've been ignoring it for the longest time, obviously. You know, favourites like Fallout 4 and Skyrim and the modding community have keeping things together. But I think, yeah, most people are saying now that they're really expecting nothing much more from BGS except what they have. You know, the best way to judge a company's future is by their past. And when you look at BGS's past, each successive game has been less than the previous one. So we have no reason to believe that that's going to change anytime too soon. So by that logic, which I think is reasonably sound, the Elder Scrolls 6 might be in trouble. Unless Microsoft step in and do something. But seeing that Microsoft has overlooked a lot of disasters in games, in companies that they've purchased, I think they own BioWare. If they do, they really dropped the ball on that one for the last 2 games. Redfall was an absolute disgrace. I could go on forever. I don't think Microsoft have had a reasonable hit yet, have they? So, no, it's not looking good. I think I've done all the Skyrim achievements, but I don't have all the credits. Some of them can be a little buggy when they're popping on Xbox. But I think I got the last of my achievements about 2 weeks after The last DOC, I think. Yeah.
What do you mean? Things don't start getting better soon.
But I'm dumbfounded at the direction that corporations are taking. And that's it, because, you know, let's not kid ourselves. Gaming IPs now are corporations, you know. It's no more a couple of guys, you know, trying to make a good game. That's done. But to follow trends that seem to be a disaster, we know that their sole purpose is to make money, so that has me confused. I'm still trying to work that one out. Oh, I loved Age of Empires, yeah. They love to talk, yeah. Oh, hi, Akeem. And how have you been? Well, I hope what you've been up to. Yeah, I used to play Age of Empires.
Well, looks like you're fitting in well down here. I'm supposed to allow you to trade in one of your pieces of guild armor. So what will it be? Of course. Your new piece will enhance your skill. Are you sure? Once I exchange it. Okay, there you go.
Thank God. Now we've gotten rid of that. I don't want to be stuck with that little thing. Read the note, get the gems. Yeah, that's perfect. Now, this is the part in this quest line where this guy turns on us. So, what do we do? Do we pick something a little different to break it up a bit and save this for next stream, or will we maybe bounce a little further up? Yeah, well, maybe we'll get this one out and then we'll switch over to something a little more different, a little less, how could I put this, a little less linear. That's okay, everyone is gone from here. Right, let's deliver back that thingy and we'll do a main save. I know, this one is quick enough, this quest maybe. It'll be easy enough. It's more of just a couple of cutscenes than anything else. Oh. But the way things are, let's say, if you see the advancement that games have made, even in the last 2 decades, which is impressive, you won't see that same kind of thing in the next 2 decades. For the simple reason why there's no real money in something like that. Let's say pushing new technology, more expensive research, stuff like that. Games getting better is not making more money. It's more a double down now, let's say, on making something as cheap as possible, pushing it out as quickly as possible, and milking it for every single last cent. So that's not going to be a good recipe for any kind of innovation or, you know, pushing forward in games. I can see games stagnate a lot, let's say over the next 5 to 10 years, unless somebody breaks the mold, which I can't see happening. I see the opposite. I see, you know, that was the problem before, and now it's even become an arena for politics, you know, social politics, agendas, re-education. It's gaming is getting too much like real life. Yeah, there's some problems, all right. in a past life. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, yeah. It has that kind of thing, but it's done. How could I put this? I won't say the word I'm not looking for is acceptable. But it's done in a kind of take it or leave it kind of sense, like everything else is done. You know, it's there if you want to be involved in it, or as little or as much as you want to. And it's not one-dimensional. Let's say like Dragon Age was, where, you know, it's there and, you know, it's, you know, always there and you're always involved in it. The whole center, the whole game seems to be, you know, revolving around that, you know. I don't think anyone has any problem with that, except when you start to change a game too much and, you know, yeah. But even Dragon Age was something like Baldur's Gate before. And you could say the same for Skyrim, you know. Except now they want to go into the certain new things, the new names and that they're using, obviously, to attract more customers, and that's, you know, really what it is. And as I said before, guys, you know, you can be loyal to a company, a corporation that's loyal to you. The only problem is corporations are loyal to no one. And you've seen that virtue signaling that Disney and a few other companies did on Twitter. I think it's called X now, where they all pulled it out. Let's say when Elon Musk bought the platform, they said it was too toxic. Now, I have no thoughts about Elon either way. I don't necessarily like him or I don't necessarily hate him. He's just a guy. I have no kind of feelings either way for him and his platform, you know. But now they've been coming back in droves, you know. So, when it hit their bottom line and they start losing money, they don't care. They've got no morals. They'll pretend to have if it drums up some more business, obviously. But, you know, realistically, guys, they're corporations. They want money. They don't care about anything else, you know. Yeah. Well, but it's the same with every game, you know. Not everyone will like a game. And trying to make a game, let's say, that suits everyone is, it will never work. It'll wind up suiting no one. So if you've got an IP that's pretty successful for the majority of the players, you should double down on that, you know, and you should obviously try little things new, you know, if you can, you know, kind of pushing forward. But no, that's not the way it's going. No. Not that it's going to, let's say, affect our lives that much, but, you know, having some favorite games and, you know, not being able to play, in one's opinion, obviously, that kind of game again, losing that feeling from that game, you know, that's a pity. Amazon are apparently the guys that own Twitch. Yeah, I don't know how true it is, but I've been watching some stuff about that, and what I'm saying, I would obviously, you know, obviously take it with a grain of salt, you know. Well, it's something to think about if it's true. There's been streamers saying that, streamers, big streamers that would run ads and, would get some money from running ads. Some guys, like up to $10,000 when they enter stream just from the ad revenue alone. But they've been losing 80% of their ad revenue, and a lot of them have been complaining. So it looks like that maybe the advertisers might be pulling out. Well, we've seen this on X before. And it's hard to know what way it's going to go with Twitch. The problem with Twitch is, yeah, they've got some rules, but they're very selective about how they use them. You see some streamers, and this has been going on for a long time, they would do the tiniest thing, let's say, obviously breaking some kind of rule, and they would be banned or permanently banned or, temporarily banned, and then you would see other streamers, committing greater infractions of the terms and conditions and being ignored. So it hasn't been very evenly distributed. That's created that kind of system, let's say, that apparently is not compatible with what advertisers want. It is. It is, yeah. But if we're talking about MMOs, the problem with MMOs is, MMOs are really a golden goose for a corporation, if you think about it. An MMO that you keep the base game and just keep adding little skins and stuff like that, and it's a massive cash cow. I think what really, put that into overdrive would have been the success of Fortnite. Tons of money for very, very, well, I won't say very little work, but, very little work after the fact. And that's what every IP, that's what every corporation wants. The next GTA or the next Fortnite. So they'll keep pushing that kind of thing, and they've all been falling flat in their face. Skull and Bones, let's say, from Ubisoft, that Concord one that came out, stuff like that. Not to mention the oversaturation of that kind of game, Skyrim-like games, yeah, but that's what people want. Well, I don't know. I suppose with this kind of technology we have today, Skyrim would be considered, okay, a big game, but not huge, Big worlds with detail. Yeah, that's what people want, Like, they did a reasonable job on this, and, that was well over a decade ago. So, with the tools they have now and the right engine, you'd imagine they'd be able to tweak this a bit, remove the bugs, get in some better story writers, making a new game. To me, it seems to be pretty straightforward. Let's say the kind of core fans, or the old school guys, we'd be pretty much satisfied with something on par, hopefully a bit better than this. Hopefully use another engine. We know that's not going to happen. Improve the graphics, get the bugs out, and get in some decent story writers. This is not beyond the reach, But I doubt they'll go down that road. No problem, Akeem. Ah, that's good to hear. Not too bad. My back pain is a lot less. It had me worried for a while. I was tempted to go to my GP. I've got an appointment on Thursday anyway. I might mention it to him, because it was lasting too long. Might be got to do with a kidney stone. Who knows? But yeah, it's not too bad. It's tolerable now. Although when I sit up like this for a while, it does tend to kind of nag me again. But this situation we're in now, do right. This is, looking at it logically, this was bound to happen. You know, even 10 years ago, I was saying, where it's going. I was saying maybe about 5 years ago, or even when I started my channel, the way I can see games going with, let's say, not being able to buy them and, having to join some kind of club or renting them. And each step that you see going now in the future is getting closer and closer to that. Now, that's not really being kind of clairvoyant or being a fortune teller. It's knowing how corporations work and, the next big thing to get money, And even though it seemed to be, let's say, oh, we'd never stand for that and they'd go bankrupt, and yeah, if they did do that at that time, it would have been detrimental. But they've been doing it in small stages over time. And this is a common thing, It's like inflation. It's like you go to your store and, you go get a carton of milk, and let's say it's $1, and then 2 weeks after it's $1.10, and then, every 2 weeks it's going up maybe a dime, or maybe 10 cent or, whatever. And then before you know it, in a couple of years, it's a ridiculous price. If there could be $3, in a short area of time, with not much pushback. Whereas if, they went from $1 to $3, it would have been pretty bad. So yeah, that's usually the way it goes. Have to prepare for some things. Oh, I haven't used one in ages, but then again, I don't use the heating air anymore. Yeah, the climate it's too warm now. Absolutely, do right. But that's how it will probably go. The AAA gaming industry, if they keep on track from what I see, they will crash and burn. And then you'll see the kind of so-called AA companies moving up, and then the independent indies coming behind them. But then doesn't the cycle start over again, if you think about it? The games now that we consider to be AAA, or they consider themselves to be, in the beginning they were pretty much indie companies as well. They had some good hits with some good games. Some money started coming in. They started to up their game. They started to get a few more hits, and eventually they had tons of money. And, then the founders of those companies would, well, I won't say would have sold out to corporate, but they would have sold a company, being told by corporate that, oh, no, we're just buying the company. You're still fully in control. We'll just sit back and let you do your thing. But that never works. Corporate will, start doing their thing. The founders and, in charge then will get disheartened and, will quit or retire or whatever the case may be. And some might even start up other studios. And that's pretty much how it goes. So I have no doubt that, if the AAA industry falls within a reasonable amount of time, with companies that say, the AA, the indies and that, making good games and being nice and building community and creating that kind of trust, will eventually be corrupted as well by the money coming in, and the whole thing starts over again. It's pretty standard stuff, Well, we won't be around, obviously. Well, I won't be around to see it. It will take time. And then it will be some new social things, some new social politics, some new form of identity politics will then steep in, and once enough money gets in, it's pretty standard, Okay. Okay, we're finishing this one, isn't it? But yeah, there's some there's some pretty good companies out there like Iron Gate and the guys that did Subnautica, yeah, with enough money and enough talent, with the vision I have, that could make some, some really classic games. But I think even the best of the games they're making, you'll get hits, let's say, like Baldur's Gate, obviously, and the Elden Ring. But as far as real innovation, let's say, at the speed that we've been getting it in the last decade, that's pretty much done. So unless, technology kind of ramps up a bit, where, we can get that kind of detail in larger areas, you can imagine if, a map the size of Valheim would have been as detailed and as intricate as, even what we're getting here in Skyrim. That would have been an unbelievable classic, with that kind of building and structuring and stuff. But that would cost a lot of money, I'd say.
Good. You're finally here. I've scouted the ruins and I'm certain Carlia is still inside.
You saw her?
Found her horse. Don't worry, I've
Nice.
taken care of it. She won't be using it to escape. Let's get
You're
moving.
kidding me. He's
Wanna
just
keep her
killed a horse.
While she's distracted. Take the lead. Just make
Understood.
sure you keep your eyes open. Carlia is as sharp as a blade. The
You're
last
kidding
thing I
me.
need is you blundering into a trap and warning her that we're here.
We won't ask you that. See what he did to that horse. That idiot. Well, I don't see a dead horse. Nah, that's okay. Knowing him, he probably sold it. Right. Okay. We don't want that junk. Oh yeah, this guy will show us his skills here.
They say that these ancient Nordic burial mounds are sometimes impenetrable. This one doesn't look too difficult. Quite simple, really.
Yeah, sure it is. This guy reminds me of a gamer using
A bit of know-how,
using
a lot of skill.
one of those targeting bots. Yeah. It's interesting the directions they could go. Obviously, the kind of technology we have now that's barring us. No doubt they'll make more powerful, smaller chips. But it will have to be a combination of a lot of things when it comes to gaming. Cost and price. But I think as far as affordable gaming is, and even with the high-end PCs when it comes to chips, it's almost reached its pinnacle. Unless they come up with something, let's say, a little different than the chip. You can imagine before the chip how it was. If there was some next big discovery, something, let's say, a different technology that, wouldn't require that kind of expense. Well, we know most of the expenses is it's fake. It's just profit, obviously. But if gaming keeps pushing forward, which I really can't see it because of, let's say, I can't really call it greed, but the priority of making profit and pushing forward would not be an easy thing to go. That would be obviously helpful. And then let's say, not taking risks and pushing forward. But for gaming to advance, you would want, unbelievable. Imagine a game where it's unbelievable detail. Yes, it would need a lot of speed. It would need better storage. It would need so many things. But it would need to be affordable as well. And then you've got... Let's look at it from a kind of three-pronged attack here. We'll look at it from a technology, and we've probably almost reached as far as we're going to go. So that's quickly enough becoming a dead end on that. But let's say we come up with something different. Then it will be cost and construction, obviously. And if you go outside of gaming, obviously, to pay for this, people will have to have money. And if you see how the situation has gone in the past, 50 years, where people are making less and less money. Like, take for instance in the UK, the price of a house, the average house in the UK in 1987 would have been, I think, about £45,000. And today it's more like, I think it's more like 170-ish, I think, right? Yet the average wage now in the UK is the same as it was in 1987. So, you've got that to deal with, You've got people, let's say, that have responsibilities. The money they've gotten and the standard of living they've gotten has not improved in the UK, or so they say. Again, I take this information with a grain of salt, but from what I've been researching, the average wage is the same as it was in 1987, but the average house price is more than 3 times more. So you got people with a lot less money. Then inflation is ridiculous. In the UK and here, like every time I go to the store, I go maybe every week, every 10 days, it goes up 1 or 2 percentage points. So let's say take fast food restaurants, for example. They're going up in prices 3 times more than inflation. And inflation is horrible, Let's say when, in the last 10 years, let's say inflation went up in certain countries, here maybe being one, inflation went up, I think, about 31%, while, restaurants and stuff, that's just one of the facets of it. They went up in price by 83%. So there's a lot of things, One on its own maybe doesn't make much of a difference, but, when they all come together, everything affects you. You've got technology, you've got no affordability on the manufacturer's part, and then you've got to have the ability to be able to buy this stuff, And you know how the whole thing goes, this kind of machine to keep churning out money. The only way to... Well, we're never going to keep up the same pace as we did in the last 20 years. Yeah. For a ton of reasons. But who knows? You know, maybe somebody will come up with something that can be made pretty cheap. But even if it was, you know, obviously that would be suppressed. The production numbers and that, and it would be artificially priced. So, hard to know. Obviously it will go forward, but not at the same speed as we've been seeing. Moore's Law. I've heard that somewhere before. Oh, is that the one where processing and memory goes up every 3 or 4 years by double or something, isn't it? I'm not sure. Or storage or something doubles every 4 or 5 years or something. I forget. Maybe that's a different law.
Stench in here. This place smells of death.
But I suppose the point I'm trying to make is there's so many kind of pitfalls to get around. And it's not just in gaming, it's across the board really. And lots of other stuff. Nah. Yeah, you've killed nobody. Now, which way? This way, I think. People have always found, as you do, about progress. Yeah, but it's never happened. Yeah, since the 60s. Yeah. But it's not that I feel that it's not capable of happening, but I feel that the stance that, say, the corporations have made, you know, where they're kind of dumbing down stuff in a sense, let's say especially when it comes to video games, you know, new technology and stuff like that costs a lot of money. And if you have a company that's kind of centered on, you know, making as much money as possible, you know, I don't think it will stop, but I think it will slow down a lot more than it should. You know, I don't think it will go at the same speed. I'm sure it will happen, obviously, but I don't think at the pace that we've been seeing, especially when it comes to gaming, most especially, you know, because gaming didn't have, let's say, didn't generate those kind of profits. Yeah. I'm not familiar with it, yeah. Yeah. I'm not familiar with it. But applying these things and these theories, let's say, is another thing, really. But as long as there's money to be made, and as long as there's an incentive to stick with what you have and bleed that dry for what it's worth, it will absolutely slow things down.
Pull the chain over there and watch out for the spikes.
In my opinion, at least.
All of the traps.
But that's only based on what I know, let's say, from people who actually make money from this. It would be less to do with what we can and can't do. It's, you know, what we're prepared to do. But take for instance energy production, for instance. Like, I'm sure that if in the last 70 years that if we kind of went all out on better ways, let's say, for energy production, especially, being self-sufficient and not depending on oil reserves, which are mostly in other countries, and being dependent on that, which can be well, I won't say a weapon, but it can be a persuader, let's say, someone to cut off your energy reserves. But the standard, let's say, for the world has been, let's say, gold has kind of dropped out. So now we've basically got economies based on oil. So, it would be a big upheaval, let's say, to shift from that. So that one is obviously purely money. But I'm sure, let's say, if we push to other technologies in the last 70 years, the situation would be a lot better. Yeah. That's how quantum computing will break all our encryption techs. Yeah. Or the Y2K, they thought because they didn't add in the extra piece. Yeah, they didn't know what was going to happen. But that turned out to be, well, for the most part, a kind of false alarm. But it was the uncertainty of what would happen. Yeah. Where they didn't add in enough zeros. Yeah. The works, yeah. Yeah. Wasn't as bad as they thought, but I can understand their concern, But, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but let's say, any of the really high-tech stuff that we might have now, let's say, that would not be available. Wouldn't it be, let's say, first preference to the military and national security and that stuff? Wouldn't the government, on any new technology, wouldn't they get first dibs? Let's say they come up with a computer chip that could process 100 times faster than the stuff we have. I'm absolutely sure the military will have that. And that would be like top secret, right? For obvious reasons. And then, let's say, when that chip is, let's say, no longer useful to these people and they've got something that's maybe 20 times better, then that would be passed on to corporations and then we would see the benefit. So there's a kind of a hold up there as well for obvious reasons. No, it wasn't 100% false, of course. But for simpler stuff, it wasn't really a problem. But if certain algorithms and stuff were set in place, yeah, absolutely a problem. Oh, hi, Kestrel, thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. So, most of the stuff we have now, let's say, even silicon sealant, which is a simple thing. We see it in fish tanks and we see it in building, we see it almost everywhere. That would have been a kind of a high-tech science as well. I think that was developed by NASA, wasn't it? That would have been an, kind of military thing. And eventually then when that became obsolete, then it was kind of handed down again. I remember, well, I don't remember myself, but I've seen it, fish tanks were done with wire clips and rubber. They would be kind of pushed into place until sealant came out. Then it was used in a number of things. Well, lots of things really. From windows for houses, doors, you name it. Even in the car industry. Yeah. Oh, eventually, of course, yeah. That's a given, isn't it? But there is lots of things that would, for obvious reasons, kind of slow progression. But gaming in that sense wouldn't be a major concern, but, you know, just as an example. But for that there's some kind of sense. Let's say there is a kind of threat, let's say, with new technology. On a national kind of sense. Where in gaming it's... and other stuff like that, it's just more about cost and profit. Different reasons, but the same outcome. Oh, you little... oh, you can have him. I'll do my little thing here. And again, I'm not saying I'm right or wrong, it's just my guess, really. I'm probably a mile off. But still, there's no harm in guessing. Oh! Oh! There we go. Okay. Oh, look at this.
Who's there? Have to hide is insulting.
I hate it when those guys run. They just... oh, he jumped over that one. Oh, you have to. You have to consider all possibilities. Yeah. But I have noticed, no matter what you can dream up, the truth nearly always lies in the middle somewhere, doesn't it? Ah, come on. Alright. I'll get you in one moment. Nearly always in the middle. Oh, hello guys. Oh, come on. What's this? That's probably where we have to go. Where's that other guy gone? Oh my goodness. Oh, I've got to run back to the home. You're kidding me. Look at this. Todd, you know, you want to give these guys some kind of a backbone. There we go. slow potion. Oh, potion is slow, but yeah, but too much hassle, time-wise. I've never really used potions, even health potions on playthroughs. Just a little bit of magic. And then I can pretty much tank them anyway, so you know why even bother. Now, I think we'll get our cutscene here now, won't we? Oh! Oh, sugar. Isn't this the one, guys, where we get the ship? I want to be careful here.
Your blood will adorn my blade.
Yeah, there's a ship in here. But I've noticed there's a thing that explodes, and if that goes off, we'll probably lose the ship, so we'd want to be careful. But we need it for the Thieves Guild. That guy does a lot of damage, doesn't he? Yeah, I think it's down here. Just make sure that guy... Now... I think it's down here. Okay, where's that stupid ship? Oh, it's definitely not down here. It's around here somewhere, guys. I'm nearly sure it's in here. Well, we know what happens there. Maybe I'm in the wrong spot. Let me see. This is the one with the ship, isn't it? What the? Yeah, that guy's been... Oh my. Now let's have a look. Oh, we're taking that. Of course, of course. Now, let's see. Okay, we're done here, and... Maybe it's in here. Could be in here. Yeah, I remember there's a ship or something we take for the Thieves Guild. With a booby trap. No, it's not here. Maybe it's somewhere else. I see there's a few guys down there. Okay, maybe it's down a bit further. Okay. Okay, we need to get rid of some of this junk, I see. Where is that conjuration? Oh, hang on, it's in powers. Ah, he's already there.
Many things I wish to buy. I can hardly wait.
Okay. Try and get rid of the cheap, heavy ones. And then we get back to the other stuff. We don't need that anymore. Fair enough. What's that? 14. What are these guys? 15. 360. Yeah, it's more like it. Oh, sugar. That's a pity, isn't it? Okay. 88. That's about it, guys. That's as far as this guy will go. Oh, hi, Krabby. I shouldn't say empty if you haven't searched it yet. How else would you know that it's empty? Oh, what did I say was empty? I forget. Oh, the thing, yeah. The urn, yeah. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, it will say empty on some of them. Like that one there. Yeah, you're right there, it shouldn't say empty. Yeah, you haven't searched it. Maybe the Dragonborn is clairvoyant as well. I wouldn't be surprised. So how have you been, Krabby? And what have you been up to? The urn, yeah. Never even really considered that before, to be honest. But I suppose it does save a bit of time. Oh my. Okay, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Isn't there another book here? I'm not sure, let me see. I could be wrong. Oh! Oh! Okay. Oh, sugar. Okay, this guy is, he's a tad tough. Gotta give this guy a bit of respect. Oh, that's good to hear. That's good to hear, Krabby. Time at the expense of logic. Absolutely, yeah. Still haven't found one yet. I can pass this without it, but, you know, it would have been nice to find. It is, isn't it? There should be just dust in their veins. There we go. Now let's see what we've got here. Okay, maybe there was another book. Okay, we came down from there, blah blah blah. And we're going this way, isn't it? Yeah, but this one... Hang on. Hang on, maybe it's up here, I forget. Yeah, this is where we came in. No, this is the way we go, actually. Find Correa. Yeah, what... Correa, or whatever his name is. What's this here? Oh, this could be where the stupid ship is. I think so. They show I've still not come across fortify alchemy items. They're gonna be hard. The way to do right is you'll have to go into pickpocket. Max out your pickpocket and go stealing stuff from people. That's no purchase, that's just direct stealing from a container. Yeah, that's how I got most of mine. And then obviously when I got it that way, it started showing up in loot then as well. Yeah, or stolen. As long as you don't buy it, it's okay. Yeah. Pickpocket is the way to go. You'll get it pretty quick. Of course, you'll do a lot of jail time, but... I'm at 100, just had luck. Nice, nice. Yeah, here it is, guys. This is the ship. I knew it was here somewhere. And it's missable as well, isn't it? Yeah, it's very missable. There, we got our little junk. We are good to go. Now that should say bring that to Mercer or the other guy. Yep. I don't know how many times I missed that in the playthrough. It's easy miss. There, we're good. Yeah, I knew it was in here somewhere. Easy little guy to miss. Now, where do we go? This way, is it? It seems to be here. So we're going on the wrong one here anyway, are we? Yeah, we are. Okay, it's probably above us. How do we, Okay, I'm kind of confused here. Let me think. Yeah, there it is there. Oh, no, it couldn't be coming that way. Oh, there it is. Stupid. It's up here. Yeah, it's just out on the side. Here. Yeah, it's actually here. Hang on. Oh, okay. Now I'm confused. This is weird. Except alchemy. That's usually an easy one. Yeah, that's usually an easy one. Oh, hi, Jonathan. And how have you been? Not Morrowind, yeah. I forget where this entrance is. I know it's here somewhere. That's mega weird. Hang on. These stupid dark dungeons. Oh, there it is up there, guys. Let me see. So it can't be this way. How are we getting up there? Yeah, it's that one there, I think, then, isn't it? It's gotta be. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, here it is. No, hang on, this is where we come up onto the... Yeah, look at it up there, it's above us. There it is. Oh, it's probably on this side. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Yeah, these are guys we never tried before. It's up this way. I thought this was the way we came in, but apparently not. There's a ton of dead bodies. Okay, this has got to be the way. Yeah, this is a stupid, confusing dungeon. There we go. There we go. Right, cutscene down here. And then we're ready to go. Hate these dungeons. Yeah, brutal, aren't they? It's when they're double layer, you know, the levels, and triple layer. No matter how many times you've been through these. Oh my good god, another dungeon. Oh. I think they've overdone the dungeons in these games. Just a little bit, I'd say. Now, okay. Well, we still don't have too far to go, I think. Yeah, something from Star Wars. I think it's about two to 3 days, I think, Krabby. Yeah, but it's just a matter of clearing an area so you can wait. But $2,000 is not enough. You know, you're getting swords here worth, you know, almost that. Not enough when you're picking up a lot of ebony. But they've always had a problem with vendors in all of their games. Always. You notice how it's purposely not giving me any more spell tomes? Oh, sugar. I didn't even see that. Okay, they almost had me there. Gonna be some selling on this one. That's some expensive stuff. There, I'm done already. Let's see how we can play this one out. I can stagger my way in, I suppose. No, it's not a biggie. We'll bring that guy up again in a moment. Yeah, that's some expensive junk. Some really, really expensive junk. We'll just grab some more. Yeah, Carlia is down here, isn't she? Okay, let's save here. We'll wait for a couple of days. Oh, sugar. Okay, we'll have to keep pushing forward. Can't wait. In the division I had like 68 million. Nice. And that's not a lot for late game, really. It's useless, yeah. Well, in this game, in all BGS games, money is useless pretty quick. I haven't played it, no. Oh, from Morrowind. Nice.
We're on the right track. We've been through here as well.
Yeah, there's more enemies here, obviously. We'll have to brave it down this way till we take them out. I'm carrying that much weight, he can't knock me over. Although I don't think the game registered that. I see Mercer has a health-sucking blade as well. No, we're getting there. Ah, now we can wait, guys. Let's just see if there's any more loot to grab here. And then we'll see if the vendor can take something. I think it's like 3 days, it's ridiculous. Okay, before he opens that, this is end game here, I think. On 2 merchants. Oh, there was a spell. The scamp and the yeah, they were the guys with the most money, wasn't it? Ah, I've heard of those two, all right. And saved. Nice. Now that's enough time, but we'll give that guy a shot and we'll see.
You must feel heaven. I'm sure we can strike a bargain.
Okay. Oh, well, I've got a 4 set of those dragon. I don't think I've got the dragon plate stuff, guys. You know that. I actually don't think I've got that. I think that's the first piece. Oh, I've got the insulated junk. This is the normal one, not from the anniversary edition. I think I'll keep that. I think I want to make up another set of that. Alright, are we okay now? Oh, nice. We can move. Right, let's save that. That's good. We can move again. Now, what did I get? Nice, you're... Oh, fast travel. Now, what was that? Oh, yeah, the boots. Okay, open that up and we'll get this quest done. The quest was a bit longer than I thought. Come on, open the thing. Oh, hang on. That's stupid. Okay, this is a lot bigger than I remember. Oh, okay. Let's get to it. Looks like we'll be calling our friend back one more time. It is. Stupidly. I thought it was smaller. Even though I've played it many times. Yeah, too many dungeons. I've been away too long. What's that? Weapon disarm. Disarm. Weapon. That was the first in that. Okay. We'll take out the little side guys. Ooh. Well, we kind of know where we're going there. Oh. I think this is the first time I picked up that one. Let's grab our junk. Right, let's see what we have here, guys. Ooh. Really, really needs help when it comes to spell tomes, doesn't it? They used to be pretty common one time. Apparently not anymore. Right. Pity. Well, we got our shout. Ah, yeah. This guy will hack this one as well. This is definitely the last one. This is where we meet Karaya, I think. About time.
One of the infamous Nordic puzzle.
Oh, God knows how many tiers in this one. I think we're going up 3 from the bottom, yeah.
Normally impossible to open. Since I'm certain Carlisle already did away with it, we're on our own. Fortunately, these doors have a weakness if you know how to exploit it. Quite simple.
Yeah, sure I have.
Carlisle is close, I'm certain. Now let's get
God, he's such an idiot, Frey, isn't he? There. Now, of course, this is where it goes sideways pretty quick. Oh, the shout, yeah. 3. There's actually 3 shouts. Yeah. There's 3 shouts in every word. Or 3 words, sorry, in every shout, I should say. There's 3. There's one dragon shrine in particular where you can get the entire shout. The entire 3 words together. And you get the mask as well. Oh, it was, no, that was the first one, I think, on this arm. Shout. Yeah, that was the first one. Then we need the second here, and then the third. There's one, I think there's 2 where you can get the whole 3 of them. And one that seems to be repeated twice. This arm, yeah, I think gets repeated twice. When we go to the Vale, we pick up something that seems to be the same. I think the devs just got stupid and did the same thing twice. I remember something very, very similar. Yeah. Well, we've picked up a lot, haven't we? Still way too many, guys. Half a dozen decent shouts would have been enough. 3 decent houses would have been enough, you know? More isn't always better. Or even one house that suits all your needs. Plenty of storage, plenty of room for followers, kids, a stable where you could actually put some horses in and they would stay without following you like a psychotic ex-girlfriend. You know? That kind of stuff would have been nice. There we go. Oh, it's a bug, guys. No, it's not.
Do you honestly think your arrow will reach me before my blade finds
No, well, the only shout I would use is Dragon Rend, but it comes in too late, Krabby. It's pretty handy to get the dragons to land, and you can get rid of them a lot quicker. Useless. But it comes in too late. You know, unless you rush forward with the main story, which I don't like to do.
Not quick enough. Otherwise, Gallus would still be alive.
There is another one, Soul Tier. That's not too bad, but it's not great.
Did you forget the
Dragon Rend would be the only one I'd use.
Did you expect him to simply ignore your methods?
Yeah, Dragon Overhead, yep.
Come, Carlia. It's time for you and Gallus to become reunited.
I'm no fool, Mercer.
Yeah,
Crossing blades would
chicken.
be a death sentence, but I can promise the next time we meet, it will be your undoing.
I remember meeting this guy. I disliked him immediately on the first playthrough. I knew there was something up with him. But they make it kind of obvious, don't they?
Becomes your final resting place. But you know what intrigues me the most? The fact that this was all possible because of you. Farewell. I'll be certain to give Brynjolf your regards.
But correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that Nick Valentine, guys? He's done... he does about a dozen voices in this. Sounds like him anyway. Yeah, yeah. Unmistakable voice.
Easy. Easy.
There we go.
Don't get up so quickly. How are you feeling?
Yeah, yeah. Hold on, you shot me.
I saved your life. My arrow was
Of course you
tipped with
did.
unique paralytic poison. It slowed your heart.
But I must admit, on my first playthrough, I didn't see that one coming.
Intended to kill you. We wouldn't be having this conversation.
And that's what I say, you know, your first playthrough is always the best. Why save me?
My original intention was to use that arrow on Mercer, but I never had a
Even on the
shot.
bad quest
I
lines,
made a
you know, there's some
split-second decision to get you out of the way, and it prevented
interesting things. Then I'm in your debt.
Realize. The poison on that arrow took me a year to perfect. I only had
Really?
enough for a single shot. All I had hoped was to capture Mercer alive. Mercer
Why capture him
must be brought
alive?
before the guild to answer for what he's done. He needs to pay for Gallus's murder.
Yeah, do you remember the story in this, Krabby? How will you prove it
My purpose in
now?
using Snowvale Sanctum to ambush Mercer wasn't simply for irony's sake. Before both of you arrived, I recovered a journal from
But we'll get the
Gallus's
evidence
vault.
shortly. I think we pay a trip back to Winterhold, isn't it? To that shady dealer in Winterhold. But it was obvious he was going to be part of the Thieves Guild. No. Yeah. No, same here. Actually, I much prefer the ones in Oblivion. They were pretty decent. By BGS standards.
I wish I knew. The journal is written in some sort of language I've never seen before. Gallus's friend at the College of Winterhold. Of course. The only outsider Gallus trusted with the knowledge of his Nightingale identity.
Oh, the Nightingales. Oh, God. Goes on forever, guys. Yeah, we'll see if we can kind of get a couple of these done properly. Then we'll switch to something else.
There were three of us.
This thing goes on forever.
Chris and Mercer.
Mm.
We were an anonymous splinter of the Thieves Guild in Riften. Perhaps I'll tell you more about it later. Right now,
Oh, yeah,
I
yeah.
head for Winterhold with the journal and get the translation.
There's still some decisions you can make on this, but
They may prove
decisions
useful.
that don't really make much of a difference. we go. Yeah, okay, we know all that. Now, she's given me a ton of junk for some reason. Now, what's this one? Yeah, speak with him. Now, we're better off kind of getting that done. That can be a little tricky area. Now we've got junk to sell. So, we've pretty much done that one. Yeah, that's it. That took me a lot longer than I thought, to be honest. Yeah, I would have always played a good character. But, oh, sugar, there's the horse. Was there any need for that? Yeah, we'll sell this in Whiterun. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the less choice and the less coding you have to do. Yeah. We're definitely breaking into another branch and more work. We all know those guys at BGS are too overworked as it is. Poor guys. Oh, the time is pretty good anyway. Right, let's get selling. Oh, there's one more thing. If you're still there, Pampa. It is Pampa, wasn't it? It's a tiny bit of a spoiler, but I think I should tell you this, just in case you mess up. There's a big quest in the Thieves Guild, and you need it to progress. And it's with this lady here. Now, she will send you to do something, and it involves killing a certain person, okay? Now, as you walk around here, you'll meet another guy. And he had a stolen necklace from his daughter that was dead, I think. And he'll send you on a quest, a little miscellaneous quest, that again requires you to kill an NPC. The problem is, the NPC that you're required to kill with this guy is exactly the same NPC that you're required to kill with this lady. So, let's just say you're messing around here and you pick up that quest. You obviously think it's okay. You go do it, you kill that guy, you finish his quest, everything is okay. You come back in 20, 40 hours, you're on the Thieves Guild, you pick up her quest, the guy is already dead. And that's the end of the quest. So, that's the whole Thieves Guild quest line done. You're not going to be able to finish it. Bringing them back makes no difference. Maybe with a mod. Yeah, resurrection mod. But so basically when you get here, so you'll have a choice. Obviously finish the Thieves Guild and not do this one, or vice versa. But if you pick up both together, do a save, pick up both quests together and do them together, and they work. You kill the NPC for both of them, and he's actually carrying the necklace as well at the same time. So, if you want to do all the quests in this game, pick up both together. It caught me once. I think my third playthrough. I would always kind of go with this, and then I was here one day and picked up his. And couldn't believe it when it happened, because this wouldn't have been available. Obviously it wouldn't, because we already had the guy killed here, so when you approach him here, you know what I mean? Or hang on. No, actually it was still available. And bugged. Yeah. So I used to ignore it. Well, I did on that time, but I missed out on the quest. I know it's not much. It's just a miscellaneous objective, but, you know, if you want to do all the quests. But, you know, when it happens the other way, which I think it did, that was bye-bye to the Thieves Guild. I wouldn't call it broken, would imply that it's some kind of bug. This was just sheer stupidity. You know, two guys doing quests and not actually telling each other who they're picking to kill, and they just happen to kill the same guy. And if one is done at a different time than the other, well then one of them will bug out. Whether it be the miscellaneous little side quest or the massively important quest line on the Thieves Guild. You know, bugs are incompetence, but this is sheer incompetence, you know. To have something like that. But it proves what I've heard one of the developers say, that when they're doing the quests, they don't have any story writers, they don't have nothing. The guys developing the game would just write out something, anything, and just throw it in and, you know, send it on and not bother with anyone. So obviously that's what happened. They've got no sheet to work from, nothing. And this is why Starfield felt like a ton of random modded quests, you know. Yeah, but like you would imagine that the developers would be in contact with each other, so anyone that was on a kill list would have been kind of, you know, you know, visible to everyone. So it's only a matter of time if you're picking someone on a kill list, let's say, you know, for a quest or something. You know, there's a possibility there's like, you know, other guys doing quests and, you know, deep as a puddle. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That was first penned, I think, by a reviewer as well, wasn't it? Yeah. I remember it was about a week after launch. But it definitely wasn't IGN or the usual shills. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. What was it again? Yeah. As deep as a puddle. That's the one. There was a few more quotes as well. But it's very apt. It's over a distance. Yeah, it's huge. But I wouldn't even call it skin deep. There's nothing there. But I think it was a reviewer. And he probably penned that from someone else. You know, nothing got to do with gaming. Probably something else, yeah. But yeah, very apt. So what are we doing here? Oh, we're selling. Of course we are.
I don't haggle. If you want a lower price, look elsewhere. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
But that particular quote, I'd imagine that would have been quoted probably over the last century. God knows how many times. Okay, I want to get rid of the big stuff. Okay. Okay. We just try and get rid of as much of this as we can.
Thank you.
Now, going with the more expensive stuff here.
May the gods watch. Take a look.
Where are they? Oh my god, we'll never get rid of all this junk, will we? Oh, that's nice. That was nice.
Whether it's armor you need or a new blade, see me.
Need something? Take a look.
I'm hopeful for the Elder Scrolls 6. Well, I suppose I would say hopeful. But I don't expect much. Hmm. 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 But if you think about it, Krabby, I suppose, why did we have to wait so long? It was a massive hit. You'd imagine they would have followed up. Like, they did put out a kind of teaser, and that was like over 5 years ago, and they've only barely started on it now. But it seems to me like they were actually fearful of making one again. For the simple reason why that they had a success with Skyrim. They had some good guys in there at the time, and I think I think they knew they couldn't come close to it, and if they messed that up, that the fans would turn away in droves and not keep buying the slop that they were churning out. Maybe. Oh, hi Snuggles. Is that a quest from the special edition, or even more recent edition that you're just describing? No, that's original in the game. If you're talking about the kind of buggy one, where the two quests require the same NPC, no, that's been there since the launch of the game. It's in the vanilla. Yeah, it's in the vanilla game. And the special edition was just the addition of the DLCs. No, it's always been there. There's a quest with this lady here that's very, very important in the Thieves Guild. It literally pushes the quest line forward. And then there's a miscellaneous quest, and I think he's the dad of one of the murder victims from the Blood and the Ice quest. One of the big shot families in town. But no, it's not from the anniversary edition. Yeah. It's one of the original ones. Yeah. If it's the one that's sheer incompetence, yeah. That hasn't turned GTA away. That the game is still gonna... Oh, absolutely, that's gonna be huge. But think about it this way, Krabby. Everyone is gonna buy it because they love GTA. But let's say everyone, after buying it, is disappointed. Now, they probably still made their money, but they want it to be a long-term success. You know what I mean? Like the last one was. 10 years more. Microtransactions, milking it for what it's worth. So if players then, after paying their initial money, which is not good enough to cover a game as huge as this, if they turn away from it in droves, that's a big loss. Not to mention that they're going to lose a lot of their base, and they're not going to be getting pre-orders for their next. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like a too big to fail kind of thing. It's probably going to be the most expensive game ever made. But it is, let's say it even makes its money back, But that's not good enough. They've been probably, doing a lot on that game for a long time. They'll want to be making lots of money. Well, they'll want to be doing it for a decade, The GTA crowd, yeah. Oh, no, they have no interest in doing that. No. They haven't even fixed the bugs in the game. You see what they do with updates. You see what they did to Fallout 4. They left it broken for 4 or 5 months. You could say that they're incompetent with the engine, but it's not just that. There's a kind of culture in BGS where that I've heard. It's only rumor, so I take it with a grain of salt. They even laugh about half doing something and say they'll leave it for the modders to fix. Apparently it's a big laughing matter with BGS. But it started all the way back in Morrowind. And you can understand why. It was ambitious, it was big, they released it, it had bugs, they fixed it, which was understandable, you know. And then the next game, and then the next game, and we've all accepted it because, you know, the games were unique and they were definitely pushing in the right direction. But now it's different. The games are sadly lagging behind all other games in every aspect, and the bugs and the problems are no longer cute or quirky anymore. Now, you're saying about having a fate for the Elder Scrolls 6. Well, obviously, as a big fan, I tried to as well, you know. Oh, massively. Now, remember, Todd said he's using the same engine for, you know, the next Elder Scrolls. So that means it's going to be around at least another decade. So he's at least a decade behind now. Imagine where he's going to be in 10 years' time. And remember, if he needs to use another engine, if they want to make their own engine, it could take 10 years to make that. That's providing that it works properly. And if he switches to another engine, it's going to take a good 5 or 6 years to get his team kind of up to date with that engine and get used to working with it. So then his company is going to be out of business for probably a decade. And, you know, that's not going to be good. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's not going to be good. Now, I would have faith, or at least some hope, with the Elder Scrolls 6. But there's a few problems. Fans have been giving BGS feedback about how horrible that their games have become, the problems, you know, and that. And every time they do, they're attacked by devs from BGS, telling them they're stupid and ignorant, telling them that they know nothing about making games. We do, so shut up and buy that product and just be happy that you got it. You know, they've been gaslighted and they've been called bigots and racists and, you know, toxic, you know, just because their customers complaining about a product. They never learn from their mistakes, and I can understand why. They launched Fallout 76, which was... to call it a dumpster fire would be an insult to dumpster fires. But they launched it anyway. They knew that the core fans would buy it, and eventually, within a few years, it made it less of a dumpster fire, and it seems to be holding their own with it now. So that reinforced their belief that they can do and get away with anything. They did the same with the Elder Scrolls, and again, they got away with that. So, yeah, they've got a complex where, you know, they think they can do whatever they want to, and to a certain extent, they're right. But why can they do this? You know, there's a lot of the core fans that have still a lot of faith in them because of the Elder Scrolls. But when they mess up the Elder Scrolls, then you'll see the rats jumping ship. And I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's up to Microsoft now. And if ZeniMax, the then parent company of BGS, which was just a kind of break-off from BGS, you know, the CEOs and that, if they seen a future forward, Krabby, and if their company was viable, do you think that they would sell to Microsoft? Because around the same time, Microsoft actually wanted to buy Ubisoft. And Ubisoft basically laughed in their face. That was a bad decision by Ubisoft, because now Ubisoft is dead because of their own stupidity. Again. Now, that's one thing. So, you've got a company that's making buggy bad games, and they're really horrible. And they're 10 years behind time, and they have no intention of improving anything. They're not taking any feedback from their customers. They're telling them they're stupid and, you know, to take a running jump. And now they're starting to get into social politics because obviously they've seen what a success that was with games like Dragon Age and Concord. So, yeah, it's kind of mad. I'm not sure, but that company, that has some major problems. Yeah, like when you see Tencent buying your stocks when they drop, you'd think it's bad now. If I don't know, usually Tencent would be there to make money. They'll probably strip the company and sell off the IPs, you know. But like, if you think microtransactions are bad with Ubisoft, which they really are, Tencent will really strip mine that, which is a pity, you know. But they've been going sideways for a long time. But the guy from Ubisoft, I seen one of the CEOs. I seen one of his interviews, and he was saying that half of the devs they have making the game, it's their very first game. It's their very first game, and he kind of walked himself into it because he said they're always saying the game is SHIT. And he literally said that. Now, he meant it to come across as, you know, just because they're devs and it's their first game, to them it looks like that. But Ubisoft will mold it into this 4-star kind of, what is it, kind of 4-star kind of game with the kind of magic. But literally that's what they're saying, because they see the game for what it is. It's rubbish. The devs, you see, you know, the new guys in there are not seeing it as devs making money. They were probably actually gamers, you know. But he was trying to put it across like, you know, they didn't understand, you know, it's going to be such a great game. And at this stage of development, it just looks that way. Well, the time he was putting that interview was the time that game was supposed to be released, and then it was postponed. So, you know, he didn't do himself any favours there, you know. But the telling thing is that half of their devs it's their first game. You know, that's pretty telling.
Good day to you.
You need any?
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
But Dragon Age, BioWare is moving on to Mass Effect. So, I don't know. This is a difficult one. Microsoft. Do Microsoft guys own BioWare? Did they buy BioWare? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's bad, isn't it, Grabby? You should Google the internet. You'll probably find that interview. But he was one of the... he had a kind of French kind of accent, so yeah. It's Microsoft. I think it is. I think it is Microsoft, isn't it? I'm not sure anymore. There's been companies buying up other companies so fast I can't keep track of it. But Dragon Age, apparently, how true it is, I don't know. Again, I take this with a grain of salt, because it was 10 years in production and all of the stuff and the rewrites and stuff. They reckon it would have had to have sold 4 to 5 million copies to break even, especially with, well, they didn't do much advertising. Again, a red flag, you know, probably knowing that it was going to bomb out. I don't know, does it cost that much money? But, you know, you see games costing 2, 3, 400 million. It's hard to know. But let's say 2 million. That's half of what, less than half of what they reckon. And when I say they reckon, I mean everyone. But it can kind of vary widely. So, as far as I know, they've only sold now about 700,000 copies. Now, usually when a game hits 1 million, they'll go on social media bragging. It's been out of quite some time and they haven't been bragging yet. But I've heard rumours that within the next week they should be bragging about 1 million sales. But that won't be actually accurate because, you know, there will still be a lot in stock. That will be games shipped. But I've heard some strange stories, let's say, about the physical copies in stores across 200 or 300 stores, some massive stores having something like 150 pre-orders, less than one per store. I don't know how true that is. I've heard that there's been tens of thousands of, getting your money back kind of thing, which again is kind of unprecedented. And it's definitely going to be a loss. So now the question is, if Microsoft owned this company, what did they do? Did they cut their losses with that company? Did they sack everyone and start from scratch? Or do they liquidate the company? Which, it's a lot of money they get for that company. So, probably sack everyone and start fresh. Or, let me see, what else could they do? Or will they take a chance and let these guys do Mass Effect and destroy that IP as well? It's hard to know. I don't know what Microsoft, if it's Microsoft, because the decisions that they've been making for the past 3 decades have absolutely confused me. All the way back to the console wars with Sony, the so-called console wars, you know. They were doing pretty decently on the 360, and then they had a really good bump on the Xbox One. And then I think they started forcing people to buy Kinects, upping the price again, and then they dropped down pretty quickly. Microsoft is the kind of company where they think if they're getting the upper hand, their greed will really kick in. So it's hard to know. But the same can be said, for all companies, Sony included, Sony have been pushing for a kind of multimedia thing. So we'll see where that goes. A kind of multimedia account where you get access to games, merchandise, movies, stores, all of that thing in one kind of package. You can kind of see where it's going. I've been preaching it for a long time, over a decade, that games will eventually, if enough companies like what Microsoft and Sony are doing, if they buy up enough of the market, all of the games that they produce, they will not sell. Well, they don't really sell as is, it's just a license, but it'll be much more than that. It will be, you can only play the game if you're joined our club, kind of thing. So you'll be renting your games. Which makes perfect sense if you're a business. Take for instance how many times I've played this game. I bought the game on multiple times, but I was forced to do that. And the DLCs. But that was it. But imagine if I had to join some kind of game club and pay monthly. I've been playing this game for almost 13 years. That's a lot of money. So imagine a game that keeps on giving money. It's nice. If you're a company, it's not too good if you're a gamer. But personally, that's where I see this thing going. Because from a business sense, it absolutely makes sense. But the question is, how far can they push until the whole thing comes crashing down? Pretty far, I guess.
Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares in the Great North.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for.
So, you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Now let's get rid of this junk. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. I think we have a couple of more vendors, we'll see. But again, it's only all a matter of opinion, to be honest. But I pretty much called it on Starfield, I think. Again, a guess, but not much of a guess. You know, if you look at everything they've done previously. And I was just really playing the odds.
Got some fresh baked bread and good cheese if you're after a bite to eat. Let's sate that appetite,
Now. Okay. These are a bit... Okay, hang on. 42... Oh, perfect.
Enjoy your stay. And don't
There's a couple of more vendors, but it'll take ages to get to them, so we're better off heading straight to Whiterun and selling this, because there's too much junk left. And it's a bit on the expensive side. So I'll head straight to Whiterun. Well, at least we got the Ebony Warrior out as well. A couple of streams back, so
You're someone who can
he's not much of a problem
blades,
now.
helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Oh, that's nice. Hang on. There we go.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything.
We've got the finest weapons and armor.
Weapons are just too expensive. That's not too bad. Oh, that's rubbish. 148 back to potions. 146. It looks decent. There.
Doing business with you.
Well, there's a good few vendors here. We should be able to finish it. Oh, I do list. I would like to, actually. I'll probably be playing it now. Only the fact that it's PC only, unfortunately. It's apparently a big game, and I'm playing on Xbox. But whenever I do switch to PC, you know, games like Enderall and Fallout London will definitely, absolutely be my my first try. Yeah, they'll be the first two up, Fallout London and Enderall. Yeah, I'd love to play Enderall. That would definitely be my first game.
An archer, eh?
I've heard some good things about it. And being a big fan of the Elder Scrolls, I think it would really kind of suit me, you know. It's deep, nice. I want to keep that one.
Thank you very
Okay,
much for your
the vendors up here should buy the rest and then we're out of here.
Hello, my Argonian friend. In the market for some hunting supplies.
You see that little thing where a guy followed me out? That happens when you're in a conversation. I think that happens to me every now and again, but, well, until I realised it and stopped. Let's say you're selling something here. You've sold everything, you come out real quick, and then you come straight into the map and you want to go somewhere like this. And then you fast travel. Well, sometimes, if you get involved with a conversation with an NPC, not so much the guards, but these guys here, just as you're fast traveling, you'll actually drag them with you right across the map. And then they've got to walk back, and sometimes they don't get home. It's like that guy I was speaking to in the bar. You see that? You walk out and then he follows you out. Well, he literally spawns with you. That happened with a very important NPC, I think, from Solitude. Yeah, you remember that lady you talked to about the amulet? You remember on that guy that was beheaded? Yeah. I was coming out of the alchemist shop and I went, oh my, the other side of the map. And I heard someone talking behind me. And I just went round and there she was standing there. I knew she shouldn't have been there. She never moves out of Solitude. So I said to myself, hang on. Yeah, you could ignore it and she'll spawn back. But she was walking in that direction. I said, what if she doesn't make it? So I just reloaded. I think it's happened to us all.
Ripe fruit and trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Perfect. Potions, books, miscellaneous. Well, we're keeping that. For obvious reasons, we can't buy them. But this stuff is just junk. That's it, guys. Yeah, we don't need that. We might keep that junk.
Remember, fresh fruit and vegetables.
Now, let's get rid of this junk while we're here. And we'll be nice and ready. I'll get a kickstart on the other quest. I could, if I go to my maximum time, I could get a little bit more time in. I don't feel too tired, I suppose. I think we could chance it. But I am on tomorrow as well, so we'll see. Where is that guy? There. Yeah. Possible, yeah. Usually you'd get away with a dude list. The way the game is situated, like all games, you know, only the cell, the few cells you're in will kind of light up when you're there. So, let's say imagine I land here, and I think maybe this cell and maybe two adjoining cells will be active. But let's say out of our sight, if there's an NPC just down here.
Can I get a few gold to spend?
Oh,
please?
sure you can, kid. As long as it's just money.
You're the
Here,
best.
take 100.
Thanks.
No problem. Let's say they're involved in a fight and they could die. You wouldn't even know, and you just fast travel away. Then you come back to do a quest looking for that NPC, and they're pretty much dead. It's happened to me many times. Oh, hi Dirty Dan, how are you? Radiant is kind of miscellaneous locations. Let's say if you get a quest and you've got to find a particular item, right? So Radiant means it's not in a set place. If it's like, let's say when you're involved in quests, it could be here, it could be there, it could be anywhere. So it's not really a set place. Like a Radiant quest. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not really sure. But I know in this game they mean that it's an unselected location until you actually, you know, take the quest. Hmm. Okay, where's that junk I want to get rid of here? I've been using this to fix up my followers. We'll do that later. I think I've got them all done. Yeah, it's just that junk I want to get rid of. And that gem, and then we're good. Oh, sugar, that's the wrong one. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of not set. Yeah. It's kind of random. Yeah, random would be another word you could use. Yeah. Random, yeah. Well, there's no such thing really as random, to be honest. You know, there's always a set of rules to go by. Well, let's say there's 20 possible reactions, and it would kind of throw a dice up, you know, between one of those reactions. So, yeah. But in that sense, random. But you could argue there's no such thing as random. And you'd be right. Yeah, that's it. It could run left, it could run right, it could run into one building or another, they could attack. Yeah. Yeah, random between a certain pool of stuff, yeah. But enough to give the illusion, you know. Now let's get out of here. Back here, isn't it? Yeah, I just want to jump off that junk because I'm not allowed to buy stuff. The grand soul gems are pretty important. Although I have quite a few. But still. It doesn't hurt to have a few more. And the same could be explained for the radiant quests. Random between a set amount of dungeons, which is a horrible, horrible system. Because I find with the radiant quests, they don't have much of a pool. Maybe tops about a dozen locations that you keep going back to again and again, and it gets really tedious. Whereas you could play this entire game, do every single quest, Radiant ones, you name it, the Anniversary Edition, the normal quest, do every single thing. And there'll still be a good few dungeons that you'd never visited, you know, that you didn't have any reason to. Yeah, it's too shallow. It's pretty similar with the legendary weapons, let's say, in Fallout 4. I did one playthrough there where I was doing a museum. We wanted to collect, you know, legendary weapons. I never posted it. I'll eventually get back and post it on YouTube. But we retrofitted, we fixed up home plate to be a massive kind of legendary weapon kind of museum. But I found the best place for picking up the weapons was a couple of spots on the Nuka World DLC. But the pool dried out pretty quickly, you know. I'm talking about hundreds and hundreds of tries on these. And I found, well, it's common in Fallout 4 to get a random location, you know, for a spawn to kind of bug out after a while, to dry up, to either stop producing random encounters or getting stuck with the same one every time. It's always kind of been there, but it bugs up maybe 10 times faster now since the introduction of that DLC, that the Mechanist one, where they introduced some new guys in that pool, the Rust Devils or Dust Devils, whatever. I think it's Rust Devils. That was pretty bad, let's say, for, you know, if you were looking for level 4 traders, you know, that drastically reduced the odds, you know, of finding those guys. But I remember one bug in particular, but I haven't got it for the longest time. Maybe the patch is covering it. But you get a level 4 trader, let's say Ron Staples. You bring him back to Sanctuary, you make him his bar, you set him up in some nice gear and everything is okay. You're playing for another 20 hours or whatever, and then you come to another random location. Let's say that little house outside of Drummond Diner, you know that one? It's a great spot for level 4s to spawn. And then all of a sudden Ron Staple walks out, wearing all the gear you gave him, gone from the settlement, and then you try and talk to him again, and there's no dialogue, and he's then removed from your game. That was common. Yeah, especially, probably still the buggiest level 4 would be Doc Anderson. But to be honest, I think the patch cleared up a lot of that. Common. Oh yeah. It was for me. I'm the type of player, Doodless, that if there's a bug in a game, no matter how rare it is, I'll get it. Yeah, in spades. You should have seen... Did you see my Starfield playthrough? The one that was polished for a year, they said, to get the bugs out. You should have seen that one. It was ridiculous. I had more bugs on that than I had on the launch of Skyrim, and that's saying something. Oh, it was torture beyond words. Everything was, even my very first main quest, you know, where you meet that guy and you come back to Sarah, and then Sarah goes and, you know, she kept telling me I had someone with me. I didn't have anyone with me. It was horrible. Eventually offline I managed to coax that quest through. The quests were bugged, the perks were bugged, the settlements were bugged, the planets were bugged. Horrible. But I would have probably been a grade A beta tester for games, because I am a magnet for bugs. Yeah. Well, maybe because I mostly play BGS games. So, there is a correlation there, isn't there? There's one thing that's pretty common about all the bad luck I've been having. Yeah. That's a pretty good correlation. I mostly play BGS games. Yeah. Oh, you should see some. Like, even on this one, the bugs I got, ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous. Yeah, let's save inside. But we've been out of that cell. Now, all I want to do, because I'm sick of the Thieves' Go away till the next stream to finish it. So, I just want to check and make sure everything is okay. That cry I got there before I kind of go over too many saves. That's how paranoid I am in this game. But every time I do one of these checks, it means that You know, I've come across these bugs before. Now all I've got to do is make sure both of these NPCs are here and then I'm good. There he is. Okay, let's get this done with, guys. There's one thing I've learned in this: when you're sticking on a quest, you know, especially when you're meeting up with these two idiots, you know, finish it.
Can I help you with anything else? Carlyle, do you have Gallus's journal?
Well, this one is pretty quick anyway. We just go down and we blabber with these guys for a while, and I think we go to Calcelmo. That's straightforward. We go in, we get an etching, we get out. There's a couple of things we need to collect. There's that Dwemer cube for the Thieves Guild. There's a unique rod I'm going to steal, some kind of staff thingy. And maybe a book or two. Then we're good. We got the unusual gems, so that's not a problem.
Problem? Let me see it. No, this is just like Gallus. A dear friend, but always too clever for his own good. He's written all of the text.
No, this is the Thieves Guild here I'm doing Doodlist. Yeah. So I'm at the stage now, let's say, when I talk to these guys. Then I translate the book. Then I go back to the Thieves Guild with Karaya. Then we discover that guy, whatever his name is, that he's been robbing everyone blind. Then we check out his house, we steal his stuff. Then we follow him out to another location and we kill him, and that's it. So we're about 3 or 4 quests away from finishing this quest line, I think. Yeah, same with me, but now that I'm back into this, I've never been a big fan. It's okay. Let me see, what would be my favourite questline in this? Oh my. It's very, very lacking in Story to Oblivion. I know story's not the main thing for everyone, but it means a lot to me. You know, I prefer a good story, even over graphics. What would be the best storyline? God. If I had to pick one of the quest lines, there's what? There's the companions, the Thieves Guild, the Brotherhood. I've never liked the Brotherhood. Maybe because it's such a bad shadow of the one in Oblivion. Well, probably the companions, because it's pretty straightforward, even though it's buggy. Yeah. To me, let's say what's left, the fun in this would be building up your character, exploring and doing the side quests, and then it gets to the stage in the game where, when there's only the quests to do, it's still fun, but a lot less. Of course, BGS had to get off its backside. You know, from the very beginning, we should have been playing the Elder Scrolls. What? We should have been playing the Elder Scrolls 7 now, and it should have been well into the development of the Elder Scrolls 8. Yeah, for BGS, absolutely, yeah. But as I said, that's something that seems to be, how could I put this, a kind of thing with BGS where, you know, if you meet any fans of Morrowind, they'll say, you know, around the time Oblivion was out, yeah, Oblivion is good, but, you know, the quests were, and the story was way better in Morrowind. And then, let's say, from me starting from Oblivion, and even if I didn't, I would absolutely say the quests and the story is much better than Oblivion. Let's say than Skyrim. And I would say the quests in Skyrim are much better than the ones in in Fallout 4. And definitely the ones in Fallout 4 are much better than the ones in Starfield, and that covers BGS's A-team. So, looking at going all the way back from, let's say, Morrowind, obviously it's subjective what you think of it, but from my point of view, looking back all the way to Morrowind, and then let's say to whenever the Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, wouldn't it make sense then that, let's say, that the story would be on par or even worse than Starfield, which is hard to believe. Now, I don't believe that, but I do believe it will be worse than Skyrim. Because I'll tell you why. With the Elder Scrolls, they were kept in check a little bit because of the lore. You know, obviously they had to kind of stick with the lore, which did kind of improve the quests, or at least how they were perceived. Whereas with Starfield, it was, you know, they had a chance to kind of get away from that and do their own thing, make their own lore, and you see where they went with that. That was an asylum simulator. I don't know what way the lore went on that. Nothing made sense, and it was just silly. So no, it couldn't be worse than that, lore and story-wise. But it will be, I'm guessing it will be inferior to Skyrim, you know. But we'll see. Unless they shake up a bit and change things, but they've never changed. So it's a big if. And that's just from observing what they've done in the past. It's like the old saying, if you want to see a company's future, you know, all you've got to do is look at their past. Oh, I'm absolutely hoping, but that's as far as it goes. My bar is pretty low for the Elder Scrolls 6, but no matter how low I set my bar for Todd and his crew, they always disappoint. No, I haven't played Morrowind, or I've only played 2. I haven't played the real old school stuff. Yeah. And hi, Sean Raid, how have you been? Are consistent, yeah, because there's a lore to stick to. Guys, did anyone figure out the lore in Starfield? Because, you know, not that it was a priority for me, but, you know, having a main quest where you keep going out, rinsing and repeating, you know, doing that Peter Pan flight, trying to catch a falling star kind of thing, and get some dumb piece of junk and store it. In an area that no one knew who built it, pretty much silly for a main story. Maybe a side story might have been acceptable. Could anyone make heads or tail of that? Playing Skyrim, nice. But for me, the scream was when I was doing that quest where that one was a clone. Yeah, which is kind of like a clone is an exact copy, from what I know of a clone. Yet the original person was a male and she was a female. Don't get that. Yeah. How would I explain Starfield? If I was using 2 words to explain Starfield, I would use unfulfilled potential. That would be the two words I would use. Although having said that, any space game would be hard enough to do, especially for BGS. But on paper, it looked good. But I will give them points for one thing. The shipbuilding was interesting. It was new. You know, you could see a spark of the old company there. Although how it was implemented was an absolute dumpster fire. But that was a kind of spark of what they used to be, you know? It's a pity. I know you're still going into simulation screens, but it was different. Yeah. Think there'll be a Starfield 2. I think they'll double down on the DLCs. Well, definitely the first one, because the first one wasn't even really a DLC. It was kind of some, like I would say 70% of that DLC would have been cut content from the original game, so they didn't have much to do on that. So it's a little bit like making a game, cutting out a piece, saving it to one side to sell as a as a DLC. Well, they still need stuff to fill up Game Pass, don't they? So I wouldn't rule it out. Because as one reviewer said, well, the game wasn't much good, but it's good enough for Game Pass. So that's how I would class it, to be honest. So it's definitely it's definitely within the realm of possibility, you know, because apparently they need some more content. And apparently it's quantity over quality, I suppose. Now, having said that, it's probably unfair of me, because that's just my opinion, you know, of the game. I didn't like it. But it was parts of it, I must say, that I thought were kind of decent, but not enough. Not enough. I think the fact that they didn't do the stuff that they're good at, and they really double down on the stuff that they're not, was kind of amazing to me. I knew they were out of touch, but what kind of system would they have where, you know, people would pat each other on the back and say they've done a good job, that nobody would say, you know, you've done something, let's say, and you brought it to the boss, or you were told to do something, and one of them would not say, well, it's a bit iffy, you know what I mean? I'm imagining at least some of them would have interest in playing games. Or is it a system where they'd say, well, it's good enough and we don't want to waste any more time, and the boss said, go ahead? Probably the latter. But it is, how could I put this? It's an insult to their fans, to their base, you know? And the same way in life, let's say, works on corporations, where Todd would come out and, you know, do his usual dribble. He would say a lot. I remember when he said that Fallout 4 would have seamless loading screens. You know, I've often been caught for 3 or 4 minutes in a loading screen at least. And I was talking to a guy, how true it is, I don't know, but he got caught in a loading screen, and he said he wanted to see how long it would last, and I think he said it lasted over 24 hours. That I didn't see, but I would believe it. You know, I would absolutely believe that. So, there's an old saying that you judge people not by what they say, but what they do. And if you put that into practice with BGS, you couldn't have any hope for any of their games going forward. You know, judging by their past and what they've said and what they've done.
Carla, do you have Gallus's problem? No, he's written all of the... No, the court... Word of warning. Caselmo is a fierce guardian of his research.
There we go.
Getting the information won't
Yeah, it's just the way I see it, you know. But I've been playing their games a long time, and I've been playing games from the very beginning, you know.
Besides, sadly, we never had the... Ironic... I'm only hoping whatever means he used to learn the language will still be...
But it's exactly the same in life. You would judge people like that, you know. And then when you bring a corporation into it, it's a no-brainer, you know. You'd imagine so.
Time before man, they were... Yes, I would say their culture... The Nord, the Falmer... This betrayal made them what they are now. Yes, if you wish to learn more about them, you're welcome to my tome. He was I suppose that risk always could. He was quite clear that he felt... I was astounded, and in turn it led to a conversation.
That's it. Now, you see this one here? Speak with Caselmo. This is pretty safe. Once we've done this is pretty safe. So we'll go back and save, and then we might pick something else.
Anything else?
Just get back in, will you? So no, you'll survive. Now. No, sorry. You think to be better at self-analyzing their content. And, well, yeah, that would be the norm. Like, most companies would do that. And most corporations would do that. Let's say if your customers, if 70% of your customers say that they don't like a product, well, panic mode would set in, and they would say, okay, let's make these guys the product they want, because, you know, they're not going to buy it. And if they don't buy it, we're all losing our jobs, you know. So that's kind of pretty much logic. Let's say no matter what you're making or building. And it's the same with a game. It's a product and you're a customer, you know. But it's a madness I can't explain, to be honest. Well, yeah, I kind of can. They've been getting away with it for so long. Now you'll ask yourself, why have they been getting away with it? Well, you'll hear this term fanboys, which I think it's a nasty thing to say. I think there's people that I wouldn't consider myself. I like the franchise. Well, I liked what it did. But I think the term is used for people who defend them no matter what they do. And I would not be one of those. But I think these people just have too much faith, you know, I suppose. Or maybe nothing better to do. Maybe it's, I don't know what it is. But, where was I? Yeah, but it's the fact that they've been getting away with this. Now, then you ask yourself, you know, why have they been getting away with this? Well, obviously, you know, let's say with the success of Skyrim and Fallout and that, and people like that, and, you know, in their games you'll see a little spark here and there. So everyone is just basically waiting for them, you know, to make their next game. Which then begs another question. Why has it taken so long, you know, to make another Skyrim? You would imagine that the stuff they've done so far has not been very successful for a long time. So why would they not use an IP that was, you know, making them a lot of money? You could look at it like Skyrim was a fluke, which in a sense it kind of was, you know. Fallout, that was just an IP that they just bought the intellectual property, you know. There couldn't really much go wrong with that one. Now, Skyrim was as good as its creators when it was created, you know. The guys, let's say, that wrote the stories, the guys that put it together, you know, that did all of that. I don't think there's anyone left. I think it's only Todd, and I don't know when Todd came into the equation. But Todd is just more of a PR guy and, you know, stuff like that. I don't think he's involved anyway in the creative process of it. So, if the talent that made Skyrim is gone, you know, there is really no more Skyrim, is there? Especially if you've got people, let's say, that don't have any kind of passion or, you know, out from the fact that they want to make money. There's another way of looking at it. It's kind of like Bitcoin, you know, and these kind of IP companies are kind of the same, especially when it comes to kind of hype and stuff. Let's say, you know, for another release, you know, Bitcoin is based on fate, and all it is some ones and zeros in a code, you know, and it's just, you know, how much faith someone has in something and how much they're willing to pay. And games are much like that as well. You know, only faith in a company of, you know, if they can make another game that they would like or enjoy or, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, it's just an IP, it's just some digital content. But the difference with games is, you know, you've got actual people, you know, making them and their ideas and their vision. And if you've got some people in there, and let's say, that have their vision, which seems to be lazy and sloppy and horrible, and all they want to do is to do that, regardless of how much feedback they get. So you gotta ask yourself, you know, after so much time, how is it going to change? If they're not feeling it financially, and they seem to be in their own world, you know. But again, as I said, it's just a game, but just for a matter of, you know, what if kind of thing. The whole thing confuses me, to be honest. I could never work it out. But it's not just games, it's a lot of things. It's kind of across the board. It's like, I see my local stores here, and, you know, every time I go, I might go once every week, every 10 days, and on average, let's say, if you have X amount of shopping and you do it exactly the same every week or every 10 days, it goes up by about 2 or 3%, about every 2 weeks. About way faster than inflation. And, you know, if you fast forward a year or so more, and then it gets to the stage, like, how can this keep going, you know? When does it get to the stage when people will say, well, you know, we can't shop here anymore? So, you're making a short-term gain. You know, let's say you're making double the profits in 1 year than you would make, let's say, you know, kind of average. Let's say you're doubling your profits. But within 2 years, you're ending your company. So you're sacrificing your future for a small piece of the present. And I think that kind of sums up BGS, you know.
I like that.
Now, what can we do? This may be a hot take, but as a company grows in size, I feel like the creative quality increase. Of course, as a company grows in size, it makes more money. As it makes more money, it attracts more corporate and needs to make more profit. It's the catch kind of 20, well, I would call it catch 22, but it is capitalism. You know, the whole thing is to make more money every year. If you make $1 million, then let's say, the target is to make $1 million, make 2, then to make 4, then to make 8, and it keeps on going. So how long can this go on? Let's say without it affecting the quality, not long, of something, and then affecting the workers. How much you can only squeeze a certain amount from something. There's limited possibilities, but they want unlimited growth. The two just don't go together. Well, not in anything got to do with art, It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I might be able to... I'll try and get my 6 hours, guys, even though I'm tired. What can we do for a half an hour? Is there something else? Oh, there's a few quests I want to get rid of. We'll get the ones in Rift. I've got some junk here I need to get rid of. We'll try the guys in Rift. Oh, hi, Dungeon Master. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been? And were you doing some Skyrim? No, Dead Bell, Fire Souls, Frost Souls, Ice Red Teeth, Chesapeake Rapes, okay, Nightshade, Nernroot. That's it, guys, I think. I think that's everything. Right, let's get these little quests, just to get rid of the ingredients. Ah, that's good to hear. Oblivion, nice. Yeah, my stupid Xbox X series won't take my discs anymore. And it's not broken. It won't take my Oblivion discs, and it won't take my Fallout 3 discs, and it won't take my New Vegas discs. And all of those were Game of the Year, and they're perfect. So, for me to replace them with the DLCs, even during a sale, would cost me about, at least, well, you're talking 150 euros. And nah, I bought those games so many times. I'm not buying them again. Yeah, I had physicals, but they're making sure now that, you can't play them. Even though they sold me one that plays discs. And you know what the really sketchy part is? I have some other discs, let's say, but I've also got the digital version. And if I put those discs in, that I already have a kind of backup digital version, it will play those. So it's not the console, it's not the laser, it's not anything like that. Yeah, it's horrible. But I was in touch with Microsoft Help. They messed me about for 3 hours and then eventually sent me to the big guys. And they told me to sell my discs on some website and come back to them and buy their digital games. Yay, Microsoft! Gotta love, you gotta love their customer help desk. And the Steam version, yeah. I have the physical. That won't work anymore. I couldn't believe it. Imagine that. I told them I never imagined in my wildest fantasies to play their game that I would have to become a salesman. But they're toxic. And they're absolute rats. They're shameless thugs and scammers. And I think I've just described corporations there. Or the end of the world. Oh, so you've been playing it a while. Now let's see. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we're going to get rid of these little quests and stuff. I might as well clear up these small ones here in Riften. I've been gathering those ingredients for quite some time. Riften.
There's an apothecary in town, yeah. But it's down on the lower walk. Stay sharp.
If you're looking for a handout, you'll want to speak with my husband. If you're looking for company,
My food. I picked up. He should. I'm always looking to replenish my supply. Thanks. I was actually worried I'd run out.
Would you believe I forgot to collect the stuff for that idiot over there? Let me see.
Dangerous.
We can get him later.
Some fresh. Perfect. And as promised, here's my trade.
There we go. Nah, this guy.
Come to see Ballerman perform miracles with steel, eh? Smithing's been in my blood for generations. I owe my
At the moment I'm wondering what will happen. Oh, sorry, I've read that already.
It consumes fire salts.
Well, basically this guy wants fire salt.
Red mountain lava.
Impressive.
Well, it was. Sadly, this forge is dying, and I've used the last of my fire salts. If I can't feed it soon, it may grow cold.
Oh. Would 10 pinches of fire salt help?
Amazing. These must have been very hard to come by. You've saved my business and warmed an old smith's heart. For that, I thank you.
Here we go. Now, the last of the ingredients, one would be Maven's offspring here. I forgot to bring his junk. What does he want? Flawless sapphire, lump of gold, mammoth tusk, isn't it? I'll get him later. It's about time we started clearing up these quests anyway. And my back is starting to kick in. We might last it out. I think I've got all the stuff for her, I'm not sure. There she is.
I'm aspiring to earn that title, yes. However, the road ahead is paved with loose cobbles and deadly pitfalls. Master Elgrim says I'm a natural, that I have a unique talent. But I fear his approval masks his intolerance for my mistakes.
Yeah.
Formulas have cost Master Elgrim a fortune in ingredients, some of which are almost irreplaceable.
Not really.
To restore Master Elgrim's supply, I would need 20 Deathbell, 20 Nightshade, and 20 Nirnroot. Am I sensing that you may be interested in gathering these rare ingredients for me?
Absolutely.
That means more time for my experiments and less time in the field. Much appreciated. My experiments
There we go.
can't be completed until you've brought me those ingredients. Do hurry.
Oh, sugar, I've just messed up. Oh, God, I can't believe I've done that. 1 second, guys. We'll just do this one more time. That was stupid of me. There's a slight bug in this. You need to bring the exact ingredients. How do you get followers to pick up stuff Oh, I'll show you, Papa. Here, let's get Raya. First of all, we get them to follow you, obviously. Yeah. Well, it's not that, but it looks really bad. You know, give 20 nerd, you get 27 of 20. I know it's silly, but I like to do everything perfect. You need the exact amount. But no, I don't think you'll lose the nerd roots. Now, so what you've got to do is you click on your follower, like so. Now you get a list down there. Pick the second one. I need you to do something. Press that one.
What is it? Yes.
Now, you see that kind of target thing I have, kind of pulsing in and out? What you need to do is put it over that. And there you go. And then press B to get out from that. And then go like this. And then go to, I need to trade things with you. And there's the dagger. So if you want them to pick up the skill books, that's the best way to go. No, not Raya. No. So, yeah, a lot of them. You'd want to bring someone that doesn't have any qualms about picking up that stuff. Utkrit won't pick up stolen stuff either, I think. Yeah, about half of your followers are like that. Yeah, but well, she's a house cow. I'll pretty much do anything, So that's the way to do it. Yeah, I don't think the same thing. Well, it can be good or bad. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. But yeah, a good few of your followers won't pick up stolen items. But I don't think I've ever seen a problem with the house cars. And there's a few followers as well. The Khajiit, yeah. What's his face? He won't do it either. Let me see. I know there's a few mages that will. The college guys won't do it. That one from, that mage from that Azura Star follower. Yeah, she'll pick up junk, I think. Stolen stuff. Oh, we'll collect the stuff for the elf as well while we're here. What was it? Gold, flawless something. Yeah, okay. Okay, exact amount. He wants 10, isn't it? 10. I think it's 10 with this guy as well. We don't need Jazzy grapes now. Nightshade, we need 20 of these. And I think that's it, guys.
Want to hear it?
Let me see. Ingredients. Blah, blah, blah. What am I doing with 15 of those in the skeever tail?
You don't really know a woman until you had a strong...
Let's just get rid of those. And a skeever tail. Now, I need gold ore. I think I've got them all somewhere else, have I? Okay, let's go get that from Silver Peak Lodge. Yeah, we'll deal with that elf as well. Let me see, I think it's 3 items for him. Gold ore, mammoth tusk, and I think a flawless sapphire. I'm pretty sure it is. So, where's the mammoth tusk? There it is. And I need a flawless sapphire. At least I think it is. Oh, we need 3 gems for that guy inside. Yeah, that guy. There it is. We need 3 of these. Hey! Almost forgot that one. Now we need some gold ore. I think I've got a ton of that. That's ebony. There. Okay. I think we're better off now. Should be able to get this done properly. Now let's get there. We'll get a lot of these little side things done. Fender won't pick up the skill book. Oh, it's probably you're stealing it. Yeah. You'll need a follower that will pick up stolen stuff. So what you do is whatever followers you have, get some stolen item and test them out. Drop it on the ground until one of them picks it up, and then use that person. Yeah. You'd need someone that can pick up stolen stuff if you're, a lot of the skill books you'll come across will be stolen. Yeah. But you probably don't have Raya yet. So you need to wait until you get a follower that that will kind of pick up the stolen stuff.
Come to extort more from me?
Greetings. I do. Only trouble. Would you be interested in Thank you. I'm seeking a small list of items to complete my next creation. 2
Oh, sugar. He wants 2 of them. I thought it was 1. Fair enough. Okay, looks like we have to go back and get that one. Where is that, There she is.
My food is the... I picked up... He should. I'm always looking to replenish my supply. Thanks. I was actually worried I'd run out.
5 for that lady as well. We messed up there.
Come to see Balaman. Smithing's... The secret is my forge. It consumes... Well, shutting this place down would dishonor my family's heritage. But what other choice will I have? Smithing's... The secret is my forge. Well, you've saved my business and warmed an old smith's heart. For that, I thank you.
Now, let me see. Okay, we'll get the lady down here and see if she's still here. I'll have to actually go back. I need another stupid gem. I thought it was 1, but it's actually 2. Yeah, let me just try this again. There's actually a way of doing this. We miss out on completing miscellaneous objectives, I think.
I do. Would you be interested in
Not doing it without kind of coming back out.
I'm seeking a small list of items to complete.
That's it. Just wait till we get that.
Has the Thieves Guild visited you yet?
Yeah, I think I'll rush it a bit. We'll get her on the way up. I'm not sure about this guy.
Come to see Smithing's... The secret is my forge. Well, it was. Shutting this place down would dishonor my family's heritage. But what other choice will I have?
Okay, we'll get him on the way up.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
Oh, she's not here. There she
My
is.
mind. I'm a master. My errant formulas have caught to restore. Am I sensing that you may be interested in gathering the? That means more time for my experiments and less time in the field.
There we go.
Much appreciated.
I'm concerned about your new pupil. She seems
What was it you wanted?
odd.
Good. My experiments are at a critical stage. Ah, yes, excellent samples. Thank you. Perfect. This is just what I needed. Here's some gold for your time. Nirnroot is... Nightshade is... Last we have Deathbell, which only grows in marshy tundra terrain. It's inverted bluish... Yes. Master Elgrim will... I feel I... Feel free to take what you need from time to time. I'll be refilling it once every few days or so.
I think we got that one. That's perfect.
Given here for novices, but I've advanced...
There we go.
Until you hear for let, take a look.
Let me just get rid of 5 of these ingredients here. Where is it? Oh, I didn't bring the ice red teeth. I brought frost salt. How stupid. It was actually ice red. Yeah. Stupid. Now let's see. That was stupid of me.
Get them before they're gone.
Oh, I didn't take the mammoth tusk either. Or the gold. Doesn't matter. We have to go back anyway. Oh, let's give this guy his junk here.
Come to see Balaman perform miracles with steel, eh? Smithing's... The secret is my forge. Well, it was... Amazing. You've saved my business and warmed an old smith's heart. For that...
There you go. Right, let's finish these two. It should just get us the time we need. Now... Yeah, I forgot to collect the other ones. I think I can get rid of the junk from here, but I'll get rid of that later. Now I need 5 of these. I've got like a ton of them. That's funny. I don't think we've even talked to her yet, have we? No, that's okay, we've got the teeth. So, okay, I know what we need. We get those two last ones out. Oh, we forgot about the guy as well. It's not a problem. Okay, I already had that. Apparently. Oh, I have the gold ore, guys. Yeah, I've got the gold ore. Oh, come on. No, it was just that one. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. And a ship to Delvin. And what's that one? Return to that guy, okay. There. Now. Let's finish this one. And then that should do us. That's about a half of the quests we need to finish there. Although we've done a few. There's still a couple of lengthy ones. I think once we do enough quests here, we'll get a note from the Jarl. Blah blah blah, buy the house. And then we can tackle Maul. Yeah.
You're a stranger here too, huh?
Come see me in the... Good. These will make... The ivory from this tusk will be perfect for the... Perfect. Melting this down? No. Here, let me give you this. Forgive. Mardesi was actually not well. A few months... Not that there's anything...
There we go.
He's in good indeed.
If you've got the coin, you've come to the right place. Pull up
You have some... Here. I want you to accept this as payment. Depends. Are you thirsty? Hungry? Both?
Oh, I forgot to get rid of that junk, didn't I? Ah, that's not too bad. We can do that later. Now, I better get that lady with the ice red teeth outside, and then we'll drop off that ship with Dalvin, and then we're pretty good. We get straight back to Lakeview, and then we'll concentrate on cleaning up Riften shortly. We'll finish the Thieves Guild on the next stream, and we'll see what we can do with Riften. Now that we've got a good start on it.
That's not funny.
New in town, eh? Here for the fishing, I guess.
There's a ton of other stupid quests as well, but we'll find them.
To fill your... I picked up... He showed me... I'm always looking to replenish... Thanks. I was actually worried I'd run out. The only way to find fresh... Perfect. And as promised, here's my trade. Hope you like it.
Oh, Spelltome.
We're one
Okay.
of the same... Everything I've got on display, really.
Not the one I want, I can tell you, but... Pity. What is it? Oh my god, Mage Light.
Thanks again for the ice raft.
Right, let's drop off the ship.
Still have quite a good bit of jobs available, if you're looking for some extra coin. Well, if you happen across any other, what a delightful find. This should cover it.
There's a couple of decent quests for that guy as well I have to do later. There's still a lot left to do in Riften. Oh hi, Demon in Pain, thanks for following. Appreciate it. and welcome to the community. But I hope you've been well. Now let's get this guy out of here, and yeah, I've just about done my 6 hours, guys. Let's get this guy back. Yeah, the usual. Now we'll make sure this thief isn't here, and then we'll fast travel. I'd say there's a lot of quests. Well, not that many really, is there? There's some fast ones here, but I think Thieves Guild took up most of the time. But we should easily finish it on the next stream.
If you're looking for a handout, you'll want to
He's got a quest as well. There's still a good few quests here, actually. And there's the Mark of the Billa. So, let's get this back to Lakeview. I'll do a little bit of cleanup on it later when I get the time. So, yeah, I'll just do a main save here, will be good enough. And that's it, guys. I've just about finished the 6 hours.
Get things done. I like that.
I advertised for 4, but I always try and push for 6, and I managed to do it. So not too bad. So, let me see what day is today. Yeah, I will be back tomorrow, guys. At the same time. This was an unscheduled stream. Woke up, got bored, nothing on TV. It was Skyrim time. So I thought I'd stream. So yeah, I will be back officially tomorrow. At the same time, and we'll see. Again, we'll go for 4, but we'll try and push for 6. And my streaming times are Tuesday, Friday and Saturday, Eastern Standard Time. And the usual. You know, on the off days, there's always a good possibility of me, you know, doing an unscheduled stream if I'm feeling well enough. But it's kind of see me when you see me kind of situation. So, as usual, we will go straight to a raid. But not before saying goodbye to as many of you as I can. A good night to you, Papa and Jarton, and thanks guys for being here. I appreciate it. So goodbye, Papa, Jarton, Doodlist. Have a great day, guys. Take care and stay safe. Also, guys, thanks for the raids and the follows tonight. Appreciate it. And you too, Doodlist. Stay safe. Thanks again for that raid, Dungeon Master. Have a good one. Have a wonderful day. And Dirty Dan. No, I'm thinking of someone else. Desperate, yeah. Thanks for stopping in, Dan. Appreciate it. Have a good one. And of course to Krabby and Snuggles. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great day and stay safe. And of course, did we mention Jarden? I'm not sure. Jarden and Suburban Werewolf, if you're watching. Thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful day, and you too do right. And let's see what else is here. Do right. That's all I can say. Thanks for hanging out. Do right. Take care and stay safe. That's everyone I can see. Oh, of course, Terry and Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Yeah, I need a system where I can see everyone that was on chat. Yeah, I'll eventually get there. Oh, no problem, Papa. Anytime. Anytime. And you too, Kia. And thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful day and take care. So, if you could just bear with me for a tiny moment, guys. We'll do this raid quite quickly and Yeah, I think I could sleep now. 6 hours of Skyrim, yeah, absolutely. So, let's see who's out there.